No more bad government in Nigeria. Nigeria what? The only media that have been consistent speaking against the bad government and for the purpose for reformers. Nigeria what? Yo! No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. The only media that have been speaking. No more bad government. The voice of the voiceless. No more bad government. No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. For the poor. No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what be here? No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. In Nigeria. No more bad government. No more bad government. No more bad government. The only media. No more bad government. The number one media in Nigeria. No more bad government. That have been speaking against government. No more bad government. Niger what? No more bad government. Niger what you? The voice of the voiceless. The voice of the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Niger what? Voice for the voiceless. Niger watch media. The only media that have been speaking against bad government. Being consistency since 1944. Voice for the voiceless. Voice for the voiceless. Umuwame. Voice for the voiceless. Umuwame. Voice for the voiceless. 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 Niger watch you. We have been seeing all you guys have been doing, and we recommending to everyone in Nigeria saying
Central. And I stand on privilege 10 or that 10 minutes.
No, sorry.
No, dear Senate President, please, with due respect, do you mind? I have raised an order 10 privileges, sir, please. I believe, and please, would you stop turning off my microphone? I represent people, and I represent women who have been silenced.
I'm hearing you.
Any senator may rise at any time to speak upon a matter of privilege suddenly arising, and he or she shall be prepared to move without notice a motion declaring that the contempt of breach of privilege has been committed. I stand and I believe herefore, sir, that your denial, your refusal to accept and treat my petition before the Senate Committee on Ethics and Privileges and Abuse of my privileges, and I say forth, that this matter is not it is not before the court. The matter before the court is on the defamation and cyberbullying statements made by your special assistant on new media, Mr. Patrick Conform, who addressed my decent outfits as transparent, thereby depicting that I walk sedulously and naked to the chambers. That is the nature of the petition of the case in court. This petition, sir, has never been filed. The petition that alleges, or should I say, accuses you of making sexual harassment moves, abusing your office, and making malicious obstructions to my legislative functions has not been tendered anywhere before, no courts in Nigeria. You may recall, sir, that on Friday in Arise TV, I did make some statements. And I have decided to narrow these statements in a formal petition against the President of this Senate. So if it may please you, I would humbly step forward and lay this petition. Thank you.
You may proceed.
Well, in the meantime, Senate President Godswill Akpabio has denied ever sexually harassing any woman, stating during Wednesday's plenary that he has the highest regard for women because he and his siblings were raised by their late single mother, who died in 2000, though through very difficult times.
Came down really hard on Senator Natasha, suspending her for a period of 6 months. with a whole lot of denial of privileges and appurtenances of her office as the Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. For a bit of focus on all of that, we are now being joined by a former member of the Cross River State House of Assembly, Cletus Obun. Many thanks for joining us on Newsday.
Thanks for having me this afternoon.
Well, let's start, with the breaking news. Natasha has been suspended for 6 months, but did she receive a fair hearing during the committee's investigation, and were her rights as a senator respected?
Well, let me say that on this matter of conduct on the floor of the House, there is abundant evidence before Nigerians and the entire world that her conduct did not in any way show respect for the Senate and that institution of the legislature. Therefore, when the Privileges Committee, Ethics and Privileges Committee of the Senate sits, she laid a petition, and there is no way that she would not have had fair hearing. Otherwise, when she raised the privileges and thereafter she has opportunity to ventilate herself about the issue of fair hearing. And let me state this. When on the floor of the House she presented her petition against all the instructions and rules of the House, it took the other senators to point that out. But the humility and transparency that the Senate President exhibited by allowing her and waiving every rule of the House to ensure that she was heard and to present and ventilate herself was a demonstration that fair hearing was indeed guaranteed and assured. And today's decision by the Ethics Committee and the unanimous decision by even the minority leader, if you heard the majority leader talking on the floor, he said even the minority leader is not opposed to the decision of the entire House. Therefore, fair hearing was not only guaranteed, but was seen to have been ensured and assured before this decision was taken. Best of the knowledge and before the entire public, and from the live sitting, if you remember, that this matter was carried live by your station, which showed that there was nothing to hide for the whole world to see, then you can assure yourself that Senator Akpabio and the Senate, as it presently constituted, has demonstrated the highest level and acquitted itself. The Senate has acquitted itself as not being a parliament of fowls, as was propounded by Jonathan Swift in the 18th century. So what we saw was a drama of the absurd to cure an absurdity. And that absurdity has been cured by the action taken by the Senate today when it took that decision to suspend its member who flouted its rules. Whatever any other matter that comes after this is a different kettle of fish completely. What was at issue, which Nigerians were being diverted from, was the issue of breaking the rules when the decision was taken by the presiding officer of the Senate, as enshrined by the rules of the Senate, that a seat should be changed, and it became so excessively dramatized by a drama queen who has made it a point of duty to embarrass the entire institution of the legislature. And let Nigerians know that if you remove the legislation, there is no democracy. So to desecrate it also is not just an aberration, it is also an abomination. And I think that the Senate took a right decision, acquitted itself by swiftly taking action to ensure that democracy is sustained by the institution that forms the fulcrum and pivot upon which all democracies devolve and revolve on earth. Therefore, today's fair hearing or no fair hearing was sufficiently demonstrated by your live coverage of the incident and of the sitting of the Senate and the unanimous decision that no dissenting voice ever took place. Even those who dissented were only amending not to carry along others who are not affected. For example, the intervention by Senator Ojus Okalu that the 8th should not be affected by the sanctions was in order. It shows the maturity of the Senate that it was not just being punitive, it was only being corrective, and that the 6 months was indeed a very mild way to deal with the situation. And let me add that the women folk and indeed public officers may have in future to be subjected to a mental stability test in order that you qualify to be a governor, a councillor, or a senator. Otherwise, you are going to get this anti-market, especially at a time when we are asking for gender inclusion and gender equality. We are at this point facing this situation in which a gender issue is being trivialized and demonized and over-dramatized on the floor of the highest legislative house in this country, the largest black nation on earth, and the largest black democracy in the world. I think this is a fitting closure to this drama that was started from nowhere to this level of absurdity. And I want to commend the Senate for doing this and taking this action so swiftly and not allowing it to soar into another level of triviality and diversion. At a time our country is on trial over several economic and social upheavals and security issues, we are talking about sitting arrangements, about those who are brought into the Nigerian Senate and into legislative positions and decision-making that will alleviate the sufferings of the people of Nigeria and those who voted people into power are now being dealt with and dished out trivialities about how to sit and where to sit. How does that change your opinion of anybody? How does that change your opinion and your value or your integrity?
Mr. Obun, thank you. There is a lot to unpack from what you just said. First of all,
wow. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. Thank you very much for your time with us. Mother for all Mommy Diaspora. Thank you very much, Mommy, for all that you do. Good evening to you. I appreciate every one of you right there. We have a lot to talk about today. I'd like to quickly acknowledge some of you right there. Quickly. Kristen CXL, thank you very much. God bless you. Allah bless you, me. God bless you. Love Manduka. I can see you all. Good evening, my people. Prince Aka, Miracle B, Mike Akionbari. God bless you, all my people. Yes, I have Joshua Aya with us right there. Emmanuel Chooks is with us as well. Saibavo Konra is in the building. Good evening, Discussion Channel TV. Enitare Yefe, thank you very much. I'm not sure if I pronounce your name properly. Good evening to you. Ipa Godwin in the building. Good evening to you, sir. God bless you. Then we have Dixon Dagmon with us right there. Timmy DB is with us as well. Vitus Akwembele, thank you. James Ome, thank you very much. Olaro Wanju, Adioso, I can see right there. Good evening to you. Vitus Akwembele once more. Then, who is right there? Arize Chukuma is with us as well. Bella Naomi, good evening to you, ma. It's been a while. Good to hear from you. Thank you very much for joining us today. Then we have Black Panther, my brother, right there. Prepare yourself to come to the panel. Upright TV, thank you very much. Good evening to you. And Florence Okeke is with us. Good evening to you. Good evening. Friday is with us as well. Lucretius, I can see right there. Good evening to you. Some girl met there. Ikechukwu, Lucy Eno, Etin, and many others are going to be joining us later on. I'm going to bless you, my people. You see that man we talked just now, you know, Obon. He said, women may in the future be subjected to a mental stability test to qualify as a senator. Jesus. Kai. Yeah. No. You see, this man came in to speak over the suspension of Natasha, raining a lot of praises on the Senate for making a proper decision to suspend her and to dismiss her petition. But this man did not mention anything to do with sexual harassment. You see why many women will continue to face this sexual harassment of a thing. Yes, rape and many others. Because, trust me, a lot of women voices have been killed today. Thursday, 6th March 2025. Many of the voices have been killed. Do you know why? Henceforth, any woman who faces any sexual harassment, rape, or any sexual malpractices and all that, they cannot dare speak out anymore henceforth from today. If a senator can be treated like this, tell me how a commoner going to be treated. A commoner, because you can say, this is a senator, a city senator, Senator Natasha Akpabio, have been dismissed, suspended, ripped naked over our security protection. Without nobody in the Senate speaking for this woman as we speak. I am shocked. I'm telling you guys, I am totally shocked for what happened today. I'm shocked. The last time I checked, Senator Natasha is a PDP member. If I'm not mistaken, she's a PDP member. And in the House, we have 36 members of PDP as senators in the House, in the chamber. As we speak, from day one to today, to this minute second, none of the 36 members of the PDP have spoken for this woman. In their presence, Senator Natasha were humiliated. She were muted. She was bullied. She was suppressed. None of these 36 members of PDP senators stood up to speak for Akpabio. What a shame. Look where we find ourselves. It's just that some of us that talk online, now you know that social media is the only government we have in Nigeria. You can see from day one to tomorrow, Senator, or rather, the Senate President, Akpabio, we're begging the social media people to take it easy. Even you can see the man that ended up speaking, saying Nigerians, the Nigerians that they are talking to, where are they seeing their reactions? Is it not on same social media that these same satanic individuals have bullied, have belittled for years? Now they get to understand that social media is what you cannot look down on. In postmodernism, you want to look down on social media. Yesterday, the Senate President were talking. Say the social media, most especially the social media, please take it easy, allow the court, allow the judgment to take place and all that, blah, blah, blah. He mentioned, he specifically prioritized the speech allocated to social media. You know what that means? Some of you think, oh, we're talking, we don't know what we're saying. Look how Natasha, how she was treated today. She was bullied. The only person that at least slightly demonstrated some kind of the human feeling, empathy, was Adams Oshomole today. And Adams Oshomole were very, very skeptical. He demonstrated a lot of skepticism in his submissions today. Not to offend the left, at the same time not to offend the right. But if you digest his submission, you will get to understand that Comrade Adams Oshomole were begging, in pain. The way this woman is being treated is very, very unfair. As we speak, Nigerians are silent. They are quiet. That is why you see that we are not going anywhere in this country. We are not going anywhere because we are not ready. We are not ready. We are not serious. The important things that we're supposed to prioritize, we don't prioritize it. We end up prioritizing inconsequentials, rubbish, absolute rubbish. That's what we prioritize in Nigeria. Okay, let's assume that Mrs. Akpabio are breaking the rules of the house. Fine. The ethics, the rules, the sanctions, the penalizations needs to follow. But what happened? The sidelining the sexual harassment. Why are they sidelining the sexual harassment allegation? Nobody's talking about it. Nobody want to talk about it. Nobody want to be associated. This is disheartening. This is disheartening. A lot of women have been silenced today, 6th March 2025. I bet you a lot of women will suffer for this day in Nigeria. That is how it works. A lot of women will suffer for this. Married women will be brutalized. They will rape them, nothing will happen. They will be molested. They will be harassed at the workplaces. Nothing will happen. If a sitting senator have been treated like this, any married woman, as far as I'm concerned, you are a commoner. It is painful. It is sad. Many of you can't speak because you don't want to offend anybody. Forgotten that many of you who refused to speak in the past, a lot have died today. The opportunity given to you by God to speak truth to power, in most cases, we keep it within ourselves. Go to the grave today. A lot of talent people, a lot of people that have ideas how the country, how the world can be a better place. They are there because many of them refuse to share. They refuse to speak. Because lots of them believe that silence is the best. Upon your silence, you stick by from the same thing you've been running from. Look where we are today. It is sad to see how this woman was, how she was treated. Even when she tries to speak, she begged after this decision of suspending her for 6 months. If I can say something, she was muted. She was muted. The next thing she said was, this injustice will not sustain. Listen to her.
This injustice will not be sustained. The pursuit for justice. This injustice will not be sustained. The pursuit for justice.
Very sad. My question is, what happened to the remaining 36 PDP members? One of your own for days have been silenced, suppressed, and you have not mentioned anything. What happened to the remaining 3 female senators? In your presence, one of your own gender were treated this way. You all stayed silent. What a word. What a word. Now I see why many of us that lives abroad don't want to visit Nigeria. They don't want to come to Nigeria. They don't want to have anything to do with Nigeria. They don't want to invest in Nigeria. They have been discouraged by these continuous practices of Satanism. It is shocking to see what is happening right now in my country. It is shocking. It is shocking. If Natasha was my sister, now I'd say, oh, now because my sister, now can they talk like this? Just imagine. Must still be our sister relative before we talk and express our dissatisfaction. Must he? This is sad. I would like us to listen to many of them. A lot of them demonstrated their Satanism today. For example, starting with this one.
This is very bewildering. I was watching all the clips. It's quite very sickening, and it's omnipotently pathetic that this is where we are, and then the leadership of especially the first arm of government, which is the legislature. When I saw my colleague sister entering with a kiss, it made me look back at when we were acting all this kind of entertainment stage theater as well while in the primary school. That is this where we are still, very unthinkable, very unspeakable, but don't let me go there. Now, about women folk.
So you didn't like the fact that the husband came with her in solidarity, in support?
Plenary?
That was not plenary, that was a company.
Yes, it's very close to the plenary. For a kiss over what? And internal affairs, internal matters, in the Senate, and for whatever reason, like our colleague accused.
Is there anything wrong with what has happened between the husband and the senator?
When we say anything wrong or not wrong, then we talk about legality or illegality. It is not illegal, but it is socially, morally, and politically wrong. But it is not illegal. So it doesn't mean that all legal things are very good for adults to act. Like I said initially, I said this is just an episode of content creation. And then the content has been created. That is part of the skits in the content being created by our colleague. And then the whole thing is trendy. But don't let us even go there. Let us talk about what you even raised about women folk. Because now are we saying that law must not be obeyed anymore? Are we saying when one of us, either a man or a woman, breaches the law, we should overlook it so that we will not be accused of insensitivity to gender matters? Are we saying that? Now we are now saying, we are talking about the egregious breach, infractions against the rules of the Senate, against the orders of the Senate. We know what Order 6 stipulated. And today, surprisingly, where our sister said she would not take, that over her dead body, she would never go to the other seat. She was there, where she raised her point of order to present a petition to the Senate today. Now was she there today? It means that she now knew that Order 6 was supposed to be obeyed. It means that what happened on February 20 was a serious, omnipotent, and very powerful infraction against the rules of the Senate.
Which is,
yes,
she not wanting to sit
where she was allocated.
She claimed that she was not properly communicated to.
No, what is the proper mode of communication? The proper mode of communication when your seat is changed in the Senate is that once the presiding officer says that this is where you are going to sit, then the sergeant at arms is communicated to. And the sergeant at arms will communicate to the said affected senators or senator, which the sergeant at arms did today at the committee where the ethics, plurality,
in what mode,
and the public petition was meeting.
In what mode was that communicated?
Recommends as follows. 1. That the Senate do suspend Senator Natasha Akpabio for 6 months for her total violation of the Senate Standing Rules 2023 as amended for bringing the presiding officer and the entire Senate in general to public opprobrium. 2, that for the Senate to consider lifting the suspension or to reduce the tenure of suspension, Senator Natasha Akpabio shall submit a written apology to the Senate before the reconsideration by the Senate. 3, that the Senate do suspend Senator Natasha Akpabio with effect from 6 March 2025 from all legislative activities forthwith. 4, that her office be locked up for the duration of her suspension and hand over all Senate properties in her possession to the clerk of the National Assembly. 5, that for the duration of her suspension, she cannot come or be seen within the vicinity of the National Assembly, including her staff. 6, that her salaries and allowances, including those of her legislative aides, be suspended and withdraw of all security details for the duration of her suspension. And 7, that for the period of her suspension, she be barred from representing herself to the public, locally and internationally, as a Senator of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. In conclusion, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues, my most distinguished and respected colleagues, on behalf of the Senate Committee on Ethics, Code of Conduct, and Public Petition, we appreciate the Senate President and our distinguished colleagues for the opportunity granted us to serve Nigerians through the Committee of Ethics, Code of Conduct, and Public Petitions, respectfully submitted for consideration and approval. Thank you, Mr. President, distinguished colleagues.
All right, guys, thank you very much. I appreciate you. Thanks for your, mute yourself, please. All right, that man who ended up speaking, his name is called Neda Imaswen. I want to ask my Adolites. That particular man, I've not heard of him before in my entire life. He's a senator, he's a chairman of the Senate Committee. This particular man, so I want my Adolites to join this panel today. Tell us the impact, the positive impact this satanic individual have played in Edo State or his constituents since he became the senator or whatever it is For the first time, I'm seeing this kind of face. I've never heard of this name before. Ima Swen is part of the Senate committee, and he have not demonstrated any kind of positive impact. In my state, nobody knows him. Whatever that is affecting us in the state, we don't hear nothing from this kind of individual. Now he's reading a book to crucify a woman, a senator, a city senator who cried out for sexual harassment, allegedly. This is sad. This is sad. But meanwhile, I would like us to listen to what Oshomole have to say here before we move on. Thank you very much, guys. I did that video today. I'm just going to recapitulate on it. Thank you. All right, guys. This is a very shocking one. We just need to go straight to the point. Senator Natasha have been suspended for 6 months. Her voice currently have been cut short. Yes, if she's been suspended, I'm not sure how she can take it from there. But meanwhile, I would like you guys to listen to what the Senate President have to say and the senators in the House, what they have to say. We're also going to be listening to what Oshomole have to say and other senators in the House. You know, as you know, a lot of them, majority of them are against Natasha for a reason I don't know. I understand the allegation of sexual harassment still remain allegation at this particular moment. You know, as the Senate President was allegedly accused of sexual harassment, and she cried out. But at this moment now, she have been suspended for 6 months, and you know what that means in Nigeria. But meanwhile, listen to what the Senate President have to say.
Colleagues, let us go into the prayers. Prayer 1.
Dear Senate President, may I be given a chance to speak?
Prayer 1. Yes. That the Senate do suspend Senator Natasha Akpabio for 6 months for a total violation of the Senate Standing Rules 2023 as amended for bringing the presiding officer and the entire Nigerian Senate in general to a public opprobrium. Those in support of prayer 1 say aye. Aye. Those
Okay, guys, before we continue with this particular video, my pain on this video was the same person that was accused, allegedly, of sexual harassment was the same person that was passing judgment. Tell me which country where this kind of thing they happen in the whole world. Just mention one. You say?
That suspension is illegal.
Tell me somebody that's supposed to step aside so that the Senate committee will take this whole matter by themselves. The same person accused of sexual harassment was the one passing, say I, say A, say B, say what a disgraceful country. Guys, listen further.
Once again, say nay. I'd put the question. Those in support of prayer 1 say aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. How do you amend a prayer that is unanimous? Prayer 2, that for the Senate to consider lifting this suspension or reducing the tenure of the suspension, Senator Natasha Akpabio shall submit a written apology to the Senate before any reconsideration by the Nigerian Senate. Those in support of prayer 2 say aye. Those against say nay. I don't think Senator Baribe, as a landlord of the Senate, I don't think they heard what I read. So let me just repeat for clarity. That for the Senate to consider lifting the suspension or reducing the tenure of the suspension, Senator Natasha Akpabio shall submit a written apology to the Senate before the reconsideration by the Senate. Those in support of prayer 2 say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. Huh? Okay, because I thought I had 50-50. Let me make it 40-60. That for the Senate to consider lifting the suspension or reducing the tenure of suspension, Senator Natasha Akpabio shall submit a written apology to the Senate before any reconsideration of this case by the Senate. Those in support of prayer 2 say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 3, liberalism. Prayer 3, that the Senate do suspend Senator Akpabio with effect from 6th day of March 2025 from all legislative activities forward. Those in support of prayer 3 say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 4, that her office be locked up for the duration of this suspension, and she should hand over all Senate properties in her possession to the clerk of the National Assembly. Those in support of prayer 4 say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. The ayes have it. Prayer 5, that for the duration of her suspension, she cannot come or be seen within the vicinity of the National Assembly, including her staff. But this is normal. Those in support of prayer 5 say aye. Aye. Those against say nay. Again, the ayes have it. Prayer 6, that our salaries and allowances, including those of our legislative aides, be suspended and withdrawal of all security details for the duration of our suspension.
My people, this is serious. Now, you can see
illegal.
now that the majority
That
of the
suspension is
Senate
illegal.
want Natasha to be removed from the Senate in totality. Those in support say aye, and those not in support say no. And you see everywhere go silent. Now, Natasha will be suspended for 6 months. All our allowances, salary, everything suspended for that 6 months. All our security, our protection, all the security body that protect her, all have been withdrawn. So it means that Natasha is open and vulnerable for any attack at this moment.
Naija watch.
That is
Naija
my
watch.
view. So at this moment, Natasha doesn't have no single security anymore.
Naija watch.
In a country where a woman cried out of sexual harassment. So my take now is that now offense to cry out, in case you guys are not aware, for some of you that will support this satanism, a lot of women have been shut down due to this decision. A lot of women, because they will see what is the need for me to speak. After all, nobody will listen to me.
Naija, can you hear me?
Particular senator here as well.
Can you hear me?
Shomole as well. Listen to this.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Distinguished colleagues, I'm very
yes. I'm talking. Can you hear me?
Opportunity.
I think I don't know. I'm talking to. I don't know what's happening.
I felt so bad.
Mr. Prince, can you hear me, sir?
That an allegation of such magnitude was.
Yeah, I can hear you. I can hear you.
Presence of
I think it was Black
international visitors. I felt very bad, and I put myself in your shoes. That if I was the one, what would my family say? Only God knows what the international visitors will have as their opinion. Mr. President, I want to first of all support the position of Senator Dandusi that recommendation 2 should not be included in these prayers. You don't give an avenue to somebody who is recalcitrant. You can only give avenue for somebody who is willing. If somebody is willing, even today, what we saw this morning about another petition on the same issue should not have come up. Mr. President, it is always a pleasure when I come into this chamber and I see people like Senator Orji Uzor Kalu, a 1999 governor, Senator Goje, 1999 senator, 1999 minister and two-term governor. I always feel very happy shaking hands with the likes of Senator Lawal. And I put myself as being a very lucky person if I stand and I shake hands with even the distinguished Senate President. I know where I was in 2007 when you became a governor in this state, in this country. And I know it is not for mere guys, mere people that can become governor in your state. In terms of age, Mr. Senate President, I felt so bad that on that fateful day, Senator Natasha can speak to you the way and manner. Senator Natasha cannot be my sister, my junior sister, because I'm 15 years older than her, and my mother does not have anybody that is 45 in age. For her to point at you and speak the way she spoke to a number 3 man in this country is an affront. In my village, nobody will accept that. So for anybody to now put this option number 2, that if somebody, it is not supposed to be, it is supposed to come from her willingly. I want to apologize. That's a different thing entirely. Mr. Senate President, when we get to prayers, we are going to vote on all these prayers. For me, I want to also end this by coming to you, Mr. Senate President, even if you are not there. I want to lead you to the book of Isaiah 54, verse 17. The book of Isaiah 54, verse 17. And it says, and I say to you, Mr. Senate President, that no weapon fashioned against you shall prosper. Senator Akpabio, no weapon fashioned against you shall prosper. And every tongue, Senator Akpabio, that rise up against you in judgment shall be condemned. This is the heritage of the servants of the Lord, and the vindication from me, says the Lord. Sorry, my Muslim brothers, that I don't have a Quran. Mr. Senate President, you're a nice man. You're a good man. Senator Ireti Kingibe said something that Senator Natasha benefited greatly from you. Very greatly. And Senator Fadansi just said something. You don't have friends. Because if Senator Natasha and the husband can do what they have done to you, then who are your true friends? When this issue happened, I asked Senator Natasha, is there a problem between the SP and your husband? She denied. And I was wondering, when the senator came here, we extended a lot of courtesies to her and the husband. Several occasions that we have attended, Mr. Senate President, we create seats for the husband in the midst of senators when he is not one. That shows we respect your friend. And most times when I see you, I always see you in the same car with the husband. If a friend can treat you this way, can an enemy treat you better or worse than that? Mr. Senate President, you're a kind man. You're a kind man. You're a kind man. And I pray that your kindness will speak for you always. Thank you, Mr. Senate President, and distinguished colleagues.
That there's not going to be anything that will come out of this. Very, very unfortunate. This is sad.
Naija watch.
Mommy, why? I would like us to listen to. Okay, go ahead, Black Panther.
Yeah. Do you know that that suspension is illegal?
I don't know.
Okay. Let's play the prayer again. You will know that there's illegality in that suspension. Maybe they are going to fine tune it. If Natasha reads it, she's a lawyer. Even me that is a lawyer, I'm just listening to the prayers now. You cannot suspend the office of a senator. You can suspend him, her, not to come into the Senate chamber, but not to be in the vicinity of the Senate, which is a public face. That is illegal. 2, you cannot suspend, remove the position of a Senate from her. That is illegal too. Because they said in their prayer, she should not bear that name senator on suspension. Abba, Jesus Christ.
Let's listen to what Oshomole have to say quickly. Ah, man. Ah, damn. I'm speechless. I'm totally speechless like that right now. Let's listen to what Adam Oshomole have to say as well.
Senator Adam Oshomole has been resting his hands. So let's.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. And I know people are tired. I do not intend to speak long. I will disappoint many of my colleagues. Short man, short statement. I just thought that having listened, first, line by line, paragraph by paragraph, of the report of the Ethics Committee chaired by Senator Neda, and of other contributions that have been made, including the very, very insightful summary by the Senate leader. I thought, because you have encouraged yourself, regardless of what my dad said, that you have no friend, I think you have friends. It would be dangerous for you to lead yourself to the conclusion that you don't have friends. How can you preside over affairs of enemies or people you don't trust? That trust line between the leadership and the followership must be serviced. But it can be brought under test in moments like this. My advice is that the quality of a leader is tested when you are under severe provocation, how you manage it, which is why I appreciate the way you have even admitted to more complaints as if nothing had gone wrong. Sometimes in leadership, we face those temptations. I thought I should share with my very good friend and sister, and also our in-law, my experience on the floor of the Senate. I went on channel television, in my opinion, to defend the Senate. When we were being accused of spending money here and there, I said, no, I bought my own furniture, etc. A distinguished senator said I had breached his privileges. On that occasion, even some people spoke in my favor. But there were few who insisted that what I said was in bad taste. I asked myself there and then, who will cast the first stone that he has never lied? Sorry, he has never erred, if I have actually erred. But on this occasion, my intention was to defend the institution. And yet, some members felt offended. I have been a governor for 8 years. I was re-elected. I didn't do a receipt. I chairman the governing party for 2 years. I was removed. I didn't go to court. So once I noticed that there were some senators who felt that my comment was embarrassing to them, for me, it is a mark of strength to admit that
That not be my intention, that I apologize to those who felt offended by my comment, even as my intention was very noble and clear as far as I was concerned. I think that to apologize is not to belittle yourself. And even the Holy Bible says, and this is where I want to appeal to those who have taken very strong stand, that any sin we commit, once we admit to the fact of our failing, of committing, of breaching any of the 10 commandments of God, that if we apologize to God and confess that we will not do so again, we can still see the kingdom of God. I think it is based on this logic that the committee created a window. And I also know that on the previous occasion, that sort of window, even though not stated, was exploited for a former chief whip. So I don't want to go into the merits because there is nothing new to be said. I just want to appeal to distinguished Senator Mrs. Udwanga that everyone that has spoken cannot possibly be coward or foolish. Truth of the matter is the rules are binding. They are enforceable. They are potent. I wasn't in the Senate that day. I was in Benin. When I saw the fireworks on television, I thought it was something else, but I don't know because initially I didn't know what the issues were. When I was told it's about change of seat, sir, my seat has been changed. The only thing that the committee couldn't do is to change my person and my values. And thank God, as President Tinubu has said repeatedly, no matter how short a man is, he can see the sky. So my seat will change, but my views have not changed about anything that I want to speak on. I think that is the beauty of democracy. This is meant to appeal to Senator Natasha, who you had caused as revealed by the leader of the House, that you even address her as princess of the Senate. I think she can still remain the princess that she has been, provided she doesn't work herself into the conclusion that it's a mark of weakness to admit when maybe out of whatever feeling you have erred. And it bears repeating that the offense is not against the presiding officer. It's breach of the rules under which affairs of this Senate are conducted. I'm not going to go to whether somebody has been favored or not favored. In life, what you didn't think is a favor, somebody else will see it as a favor. So I want to appeal to you, Mr. President. It's not an easy thing to sit there and issues of change of seat. That's what I want to comment on. Issues of change of seat degenerated to the kind of fireworks that we saw on television. And of course, for those who talk about social media, why are they social media? That is the way it works. So I conclude, sir. I thank you for allowing me to speak, and I apologize to the Senate leader that I'm speaking after he had spoken. But this is the time you had acknowledged me to speak. I think that the committee, if you follow the sequence, issues of discrimination cannot be proven. It is actually the opposite. That under your leadership, distinguished Senator Mrs. Udwanga can claim victimization based on facts. And I urge her to reflect deeply about tomorrow, because she can do nothing about yesterday, but she can mend by recognizing that to apologize for what you have found to be wrong is not a mark of weakness. And to our colleagues, I think rebuilding our collective image is necessary. I had occasion to say that once you have been stripped naked in the market, How much more can you cover since everybody has seen it? But then I also then asked myself subsequently, because you were stripped naked in the market, should you continue to walk naked all over the country? The moment you realize you have been naked, we are told that when a madman realizes that she's naked, if you begin to wear clothes, then you know he's regaining sanity. It is not a mark of weakness. So I don't want to be on the side of peace. And I don't want all of us to be hawks. In this case, we need some doves to, tamper the general feeling in the Senate. I don't think there's any division. No one has questioned the facts as they are, and facts are stubborn. You can wrestle with the fact, you can wrestle with the truth, but you can't defeat the truth. And on that note, I want to thank you, sir, for this opportunity. And I believe my sister has held all those who have spoken. And I'm sure she knows she has a lot of friends among those who have spoken. And they cannot all be wrong. Thank you, Mr. President, for your patience, and thank you for your leadership. Thank you, sir.
Thank you, distinguished colleagues. Let us go into the prayers. Prayer 1.
Dear Senate President, may I be given a chance to speak?
Between Senator Uduaghan and Senator Akpabio. We'd just like to start with your perspective. Who will go first? Maybe we'll start with you, Maxwell Okpara, and then we'll come to you, Kingdom Okere. Maxwell, you have the floor.
Okay. There are many issues arising from this particular matter. We have the procedural issues, the legal issues, and what have you. And it's good that we separate these issues from sentiments. Now, there are legal framework guiding Senate in their activities. What are those legal framework? The Constitution, the Senate Privileges Act, and the Senate rules. These are the legal framework guiding the Senate. Now, if you watch Section 60 of the Constitution, gave the Senate the power to make rules, just like the Constitution gave the CJN power to make rules for the Supreme Court, gave a power to the President Court of Appeal, power to make rules for Court of Appeal, gave CJ Federal High Court power to make rules for the Federal High Court. So the same Constitution under Section 60 gave the Senate power to make their own rules. Then Section 62 of the Constitution also empowered the Senate to establish their own committees. Having said that, if you also watch the Constitution, Section 4, Section 5, Section 6 of the Constitution separated the powers, judiciary, the parliament, and the executive. They have their own powers under separation of power. Then what are we talking about? We are talking about the procedure. Just like Abati rightly pointed out, you have a good case, you feel that you have a case, you want to present it, why rushing to the media? Why didn't you prepare yourself, go through the rules, prepare a petition, submit it in the House, so that the House can investigate the matter? Lucky enough, you can even go to the police. Lucky enough, the Senate President is not under immunity. He can be investigated by the police. Now, after the media, a lot of issues now came up. You now came back to the National Assembly to present the petition. And that petition is defective. Just like as I am now, if you are going to court and you did not follow the rules of court to file your processes, it will be struck out and you go and refile. Now, the position there is that the Senate now has hinted, Senator Natasha Akpabio, your petition you brought in is being signed by you. You cannot sign the petition in line with the rules. That one is on that. Then on the issue of court, we continue to say it. When a matter is being filed in court, to stop a particular arm of government from carrying out their own function in line with the Constitution, you don't grant such application via ex parte. I will continue to say it. But whichever that is the case, once an order of court is made, no matter how stupid you feel that that order may be, it must be complied with. Now, the question there is that, was that order be made by the court of competent jurisdiction? The answer is yes. Was it served on the National Assembly? Upon receiving that order of court, the National Assembly is expected to suspend every other matter that has to do with that, at least to go back to the court, now that the judge adjourned the matter till Friday, to challenge the jurisdiction of the court to hear that particular matter. They shouldn't have rushed in. What are we saying in here? The procedural, Senator Akpoti breached a lot of the rules and the laws guiding the National Assembly in channeling her case. That is what I would say for now.
Okay, Kingdom Okere, over to you.
Thank you. Good morning. Good morning, Nigerians. Well, I want to first of all disagree, substantially on the issue of whether or not Senator Natasha has the right, to freely express herself in the media. Of course, the proceedings in the Senate, on the day the issue erupted, arising from receiving her, and during the plenary, was televised, live on the television, and she was later invited by this same television station, where she made very serious allegations, against the person of the Senate president. So these are the issue, these are the substantive issue. So we cannot sweep them under the carpet. The woman is saying, no, what happened at the plenary is not the matter, it's not the main issue. The main issue began so day at the house of the Senate president when he was celebrating his birthday. He said so thing to me, a kind of sexual advancement, and she has formally presented a petition for sexual harassment or for attempted sexual advancement against the person of Senator Natasha. That is the substance of the matter. Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Godswill Akpabio, cannot be a judge in his own cause. This is a primary and elementary principle of law. He is the Senate President. He is the chairman of the National Assembly. He appoints the chairman of Senate Ethics and Ethics Committee and Petition and Public Petition that has already declared Natasha's petition dead on arrival. So the issue, the fact remains that upon this serious allegation that borders on partly on code of conduct of the sitting Senate president, whether or not Natasha can get fair hearing before this committee. So the Senate president should honorably step aside so that Natasha can get justice, so that an independent, unbiased umpire, unbiased committee on public petition can look into the substance of the allegation of sexual harassment against her person. Nobody sits as a judge on her own cause. These are elementary principles of law. Natural justice and fair hearing. Audi altering pattern. Nemo jude kusaswa. As it stands today, he is the respondent in Natasha's petition. So he would have to be heard. He will appear before the committee to answer the issues that are raised in Natasha's petition. So both parties must be heard. So will there be justice and fair hearing for Natasha? No. Under the presidency of Akpabio as the president of Nigerian Senate, the right thing should be done in this country for once, for Christ's sake. This man, you have an allegation, a huge allegation, a heinous allegation of sexual harassment against a sitting senator, and you cannot continue to sit as the Senate president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria to preside over her petition against your person. At least we saw what happened yesterday at the plenary. She told the Senate president to his face that what is before the court is the issue of cyberbullying. A statement made by your SA on new media. It is not the same subject matter as to whether or not as to the statement I made on Arise Television, that issue is not yet before any court of competent jurisdiction, that her petition should be accepted. And good at it, she was allowed to lay her petition. Now, what we should be looking at, particularly as lawyers in defense of democracy, as activists, as civil society organizations, is whether Natasha will get justice in the present circumstances. Who is the man presiding over at the helm of affairs of the Senate? Godswill Akpabio. Who is the chairman of the Senate Committee on Public Petition? A man appointed by Godswill Akpabio. Exactly. Will Natasha get justice in these circumstances? Obviously no. So we are calling on the Senate President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Godswill Akpabio, to do the needful. Honorably step aside as the Senate President so that this matter can be thoroughly investigated. And this matter cannot be swept under the carpet. You cannot bully her, you cannot continue to intimidate her by rejecting her petition, telling her that her petition is dead on arrival, know, while at the same time you want her to face the Committee on Ethics and Public Petition over her conduct at the plenary. So what we are saying is that if justice must be done, justice must be seen to have been done. These are age-long elementary principles of law. Yes. Justice must not just be done, but must be manifestly seen to be done. The Senate rule is subject to the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria that guarantees every citizen right to fair hearing.
Thank you. Okay, I can see Mr. Okwawa gearing to respond to some of the things you've said. I think particularly with regards to...
I beg, Okpara, don't worry, we'll listen to you tomorrow. Thank you very much, my people. I appreciate every one of you right there. Yes, sir.
You now see why Kanu case was having problem in the court of law.
Yes. Anyway, Nigerians, other Nigerians apart from my channel, they reacted. I would like to showcase their reactions right now. I would like to start from here. The first person that we have here, let me take this off here. Bear with me, guys. Press on the like, please. Take our voices far. Toby said, wow, what a country. The victim of sexual harassment is suspended by the accused. Hey God, now only Nigeria, this guy thing they happen, man. Blessed Gaga said, Akpabio just buried his own political career. I'm sorry, Blessed Gaga, you don't bury him at all. Nigerians always vote the wrong people.
Mr. Evans.
Yes, sir.
See this one, this statement that this guy said, Akpabio just buried his own. I agree with it entirely.
100%.
100%. I agree with it. 100%.
Yeah, but people always vote the wrong people in now.
No, people didn't vote. No, they didn't vote the wrong people in.
They didn't vote him now.
Let's stop this narrative. People don't vote wrong people in. Wrong people and wicked men in Nigeria rugged their ways into office. Example.
Okay. If I have to agree with you, give us a mandate that they rugged their way into power. So why would you say someone like Akpabio's political career is dead on arrival? It's not dead. He can walk his way to become the president tomorrow.
It is not. So
no. That one too high for him. He can never be the president of Nigeria.
No. See, what Mr. Elvis, God bless you. My thought pattern is say what they are trying to do now, is even getting towards the election. Now, this guy may go into the ethics, and because he's gonna put the ethics people there, they will tell that this guy has no case.
Let me tell you guys.
Making him say.
Wait. Elvis, let me help you.
Before you say this, let me put this. Hold on, sir.
For election.
Hold on. Is it not the same Akpabio that we're having series of court cases, corruption, and everything? And at the end of the day, is your Senate president today?
Thank you, sir. God bless you.
Why are you people saying that his political career is
now your judiciary now put Akpabio for not be people vote Akpabio. Akpabio never vote before.
Black Panther not be the same judiciary still there. They don't change them.
Me don't understand. But at least he's still your Senate president, right?
Is messed up.
Okay, for example, before we continue with people's reaction, before Senate president, before he becomes Senate president, right, guys, I want you guys to listen to this particular video here. Bear with me.
Nobody makes any payment.
Listen to this.
Nobody makes any payment in NDDC without Godswill Akpabio's approval. When we first came to NDDC, on the day of going for the inauguration, he told me in the car that, Madam MD, if you don't do what I say, the same pen with which I used to sign your letter, it will be the same pen that I will use to remove you.
Okay.
He said the first thing I should do when I get to Port Harcourt is to change the dollars in the NDDC account. I was scared to do that. He claims that I have poverty mentality, that I am afraid of money. All of you knew they accused me that I refuse to spend money. It is strange that today it's now about money. After that, he came to Port Harcourt 2 days after the inauguration. He said the first thing I should do is to make sure I change the dollars. I should remove Mr. Kaltungo from being legal and send him on compulsory retirement, that we cannot have a northerner be the head of the legal team, of the legal unit. I said I can't do that. I do not have the powers as just an IMC to act as a board. It is a criminal offense and it's against the public service rules for me to do that. He said I should remove all the other directors that refused to take his instruction during the time of Mrs. Agwagaga. That was the predecessor before I came. So he came also with a draft, which I've submitted, with a draft letter that I should write and put it on my letterhead, implicating Senator Mobushi for collecting contracts in NDDC. I told him that I will not, I'm a lawyer, and that whoever alleges must prove. The fact that Senator Mobushi is giving us trouble as IMC, you remember also that they did not recognize the IMC. I said I will not do that letter. He said I was ungrateful and I refused to do the letter. Dr. Cairo now said that he will do the letter. If Akpabio tells him to kill, he will kill before he asks, why did he kill?
Okay.
I said, for me, I will not do the letter. At that place, there was Mr. Etiebet, who was the only staff of the NDDC that was present at that meeting. When he finished, he now asked Dr. Cairo to go and send for the letter-headed paper from the office. They now sent for the letter-headed paper. Dr. Cairo now did the letter, which I've also submitted to the committee, alleging that Senator Mobushi had contracts. Then he said, I must sign the cover letter. I said, if I sign any document from me seen by Mr. President, he will believe every line of it. So I will only write that the EDP, who should know about projects, have gone. The next thing that he told me, he said, I must make sure that all these people leave and that the procurement, because apparently Akpabio, before I came, when himself and Festus Keyamo were ministers, their first meeting at the commission, he was awarded 30 contracts for distilting and water hyacinth. Mr. Linus, who was the director finance, refused to sign because it did not follow due process. He also said that I should implicate the chairman of the House Committee, because the chairman of the House Committee had gone to Ondo State for a meeting to plan against him. I said, I don't even know that one. I've never even seen him. For Senator Mobushi, he was my classmate at law school, and we were called to bar the same day. However, I'd not seen him since our call to bar, and didn't really remember him, which was like over 30 years ago. When we finished that, I went back. He began to say I should bring all the things, I should start paying. I said I cannot pay. Water Hyacinth and Distilton. They said that the budget for Water Hyacinth and Distilton was, I think, for about to 5 billion. I'm not sure exactly how much. But that the NDDC before I came had overstretched itself to about 50 billion for Water Hyacinth and Distilton. And so the National Assembly had written us, they have it also, they had written us that we should not pay for anything like that. He said, and guess what? Akpabio never signs any documents. He will always refuse to sign, but he will tell you to go and commit the fraud. For instance, he told me to go and raise a memo and give an emergency contract for flood victims. You people remember that we went round for flood. We went with Channels, AIT, and NTA. I said, all the documents, yeah, I have to take the issues one after the other because I didn't have the opportunity. Okay, so let me summarize. Now, I've also alleged, as most of you have heard, that he wanted me to take an oath. He has denied that, but I want to say today, he told me up to 3 times until we had a reconciliation meeting at the villa in the house of Mr. Sarki Abba, who is the SA to the president on domestics. In that meeting was Alhaji Mekano. He said the only condition was if I take the oath. I refused to take the oath, and I did not take that oath. And I will never take the oath from him. So he said he was going to remove me. He started a campaign of calumny against me. He said I did not answer him because the facts will speak for itself. Now, to end this matter about the procurement process, I refuse to go with him to deceive Mr. President at the FEC meeting because the Procurement Act says if I contravene any section of the Procurement Act, is 5 years imprisonment without an option of fine. So if I go and say they should pay for the process, if you see, they say it's for 2020 budget. Akpabio went to get the approval from FEC. The 2020 budget has not even been discussed by the National Assembly till today. The 2020 budget has not been passed. However, he lied to FEC, which is the greatest embarrassment in this country, for a budget that has not been passed, for an approval to be given for that procurement. I refused to go because he wanted me to send the money for the procurement to the ministry to implement the forensic audit. I refused. I am challenging him to deny any of these allegations because I have to round up for you people. But all the facts and all that I've said are all written in my document. I challenge him to say he did not give me any oath. I challenge him on the certificates of no objection that he has. And I'm proud, and I want to encourage all Nigerians that we must save this country, it's our own. He says I did not bring money. I'm talking to ministers against his presidential ambition. He gave me a list of people to employ. I said I will not employ them because our zone and the youth in our zone have not gotten jobs. I will not do it. So he should come. He's lucky that God did not plan for me to be there today. The person that authorized it, I will say,
the party ESC chairman is being started under investigation. Police are public and thereby going on the NDC management to be sacked. There should be sacked immediately.
We have all heard it. Niger Delta, somebody that has been a governor, he has been a senator and a minister. He wants to come the pipeline.
Una see wetin dey happen for here, my people. This is what I'm talking about. You see, some of una wey dey this panel just have the talk say, Mr. Jonathan Cole.
God go bless you. God go bless you for revival. This is what we call media. This is media. God go bless you, my brother. God bless you. The arise, man, they don't go back. God bless you. This is media. 100.
Okay. My brother, give us a matter. You have seen it that Akpabio can become president now. Do you believe it?
My brother,
he cannot become president. Mona no dey talk go to Steve here.
No,
He cannot. That's out. He no fit.
Black brother, listen.
Make una no dey talk that thing. I know politics. He no fit.
Hold on me.
Because he gets see money.
Can I speak?
No worry, I'll tell you. No worry.
Hello. Please, let me una go talk now. Una hold on. I don't mind when you interject. I don't mind, but when I have to present on something, just let me quickly finish. I have to go that minds. Thank you. Give us a mandate for that wonderful acknowledgement. It's our work. I did not jump into media and just start doing what we're doing today. I study film and media. It's my profession. I know how we can go extensively to tally and any kind of information together, to put it together, to convince people or to indoctrinate people to know what actually happened. This particular video that I played just now happened, in July 11th, 2020. July 11th, 2020. I remember this woman also saying mentioned on that particular video, calling Nigerians, please, let's rise up. We shouldn't allow these kind of people or whatever to live or mess up our country. This is our country. The same Nigerians she called that time, as we see they talk now, they are still deaf. The same Nigerians she called that time, they are still deaf and dumb till today, right? So in our face, some of you were saying that, like people like Black Panther, he can never be president, he can never be president. After this woman, meanwhile, this woman will be silenced forever. Nobody knows where she did again. But Akpabio is your Senate president today. He's your number 3 man in Nigeria. This video, like I stated before, was published July 11th, 2020. You understand? Now, the same people who say, no, it cannot be. In this platform, a lot of you also stated, no, not over my watch. Tinubu can never be president. Tinubu can never be, it's not possible. I remember ECBD, or guy ECBD, you are listening now. I will always reference to you because it don't reach some time. Now, some of them can't hide. And when I not come out to apologize to the public that you messed up with some of your submission at that time. I remember when I was saying that INEC could ring this election, Peter Obi will be ringed out, and they say you will just call in. Immediately you call in. Mr. Elvis, it's okay. Please, I don't like this. You are too negative. You are too this. You are too that. Blah, 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 blah. I was okay, no wahala, no verse. I also remember when I said that Tinubu will be sworn in after INEC don't slap all of us for a year. The year to today will not be using the year again like that. Then Tinubu can never be sworn in. May 29 can never happen. Not under my watch. Some of you said, over my dead body, Nigeria will be set ablaze. Nigeria, cowards! You will be cowards. Now, so we go to make mouth. It can never be. It can never be. It go be for your eye. Then you will move to the next episode. The one where you thought say it cannot be, you can never fight for it. Say why be, say it can't be. I'm not go agree. No, you just move on. Now, I have to take you back now. When this happened, out the Akpabio allegedly take carry this woman, go swear oaths. Say anything we do together, if you ever revealed it, this Ojuju go buy you. Or this kind of thing go happen to you. Upon all that, whether you like it or not, Senate president is the number 3 man today. Everybody is silent. Now, I'm telling you people now, in terms of prospectism, This man might end up being your president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
He no fit be president. He no fit. He no fit. He no fit. Smoke we express something here. Not be say because of the corruption. He no fit.
Black Panther,
We know how Nigeria the day zone. We know how the country is zone. Wait.
I know what you want to explain. You're not correct
See,
at that.
no, he no fit. Make that
No,
one. I
Black
go
Panther,
explain
listen.
why he no fit. I go
Black
explain
Panther,
why
the
he no fit.
explanation we want give. Black Panther, the explanation we want give. Wait, the explanation we want give Black Panther. You want give explanation. Say the fact. Say
Akpabio no fit be president of Nigeria. The way Nigeria is structured. I want to know if you believe again.
Finish your thoughts. Please, this one made a dream in his
yeah, Mr. Finish up. In our submission, we will talk. Mr. Elvis, quiet.
What are you talking about? What structure? Somebody that were the accused.
I will explain it to you now.
Killings.
See, being a Senate president is not a big deal.
Black Panther, mute. We'll talk later. Black Panther, mute. We'll talk later. Mute. Don't mute. Don't mute. We'll talk later. Mr. Elvis, finish up.
The truth of the matter is, Nigeria matter, it don't tire me. Both the people, all of them now, sometimes our argument is baseless. That is why we are where we are. Yes, people don't vote people in, but these people still become your leader. Yes, they are criminal. Yes, fine. They still become your leader. Ibori that was convicted, Ojibole, our city governor, Akpabio went to lay a loyalty to him the other just 3 days ago. Yeah, he pledged loyalty.
God will bless you. Continue.
They were no Ojibole or criminal, someone that went to jail. He served his jail term of criminality of Ojibole, Ole. A city governor went there to kneel down to seek for his help or whatever. Yes, the same people you people criticize, they are still the one taking the decision that is affecting you today. They will still be arguing with veins all over our head, our body. When you know you vote or you not vote, the person that will become the next president after Tinubu have been selected already. As we speak now, the person is pledging loyalty every blessed day. He already know that he is the one that will take over from Tinubu. The next person that will become the governor of a Lagos state have been positioned. You vote, you not vote, now your cup of tea is there. Why is this happening? Now with the speaking. Never be. Then give us your analogy. How enough it be? How? When you know that the impossible always possible when it comes to this satanism. I'd like us to move on. Let me just finish my presentation. So,
Mr. Elvis, what cannot vouch for Nigeria? I can't stick my neck for that. Anything goes.
God go bless you. God go bless you till eternity, my brother. Mr. Elvis, continue, I beg. All of us, continue, Mr. Elvis.
Let me just round up, because to be honest, sometimes when some of you say you know politics, people like Black Panther just mentioned yesterday, I know politics. Yes, I'm not taking that away from you.
Naja was finish your this thing. I'm going to explain things for Graham, make you understand.
There's no way, even prospectively, there's no way I will ever understand what you were explaining. But
look, Naja, I can be Senate president. I can become Senate president. I cannot become president of Nigeria.
Let them
finish.
Hold on.
Just hold on.
You just hold on. Let them finish. You continue, Mr.
Just hold on. If you want to talk about politics, I was born inside. I grew up to understand how Nigeria politics works. Do you know that today there are some things that people like us cannot reveal? It go be like say we crossed the line and we will be traced. I'm telling you. So sometimes I let people just speak politics. I was born inside. Oyegu Media, the former governor of Edo State, Oyegu, John Odigio Oyegu, before he became the governor of Edo State, not to be pied, he was living in my father's house
days before he become the governor of Edo State. There are things we can't talk about. Now, when they give the water, give everything, they gist under the tree in my father's house, will they look them? How they come in and all, which politician you want to mention? When the late Anene come to my father's office, they will close Ogwola and artillery. It will be blocked till the 10 minutes or 15 minutes meeting is done. Just because my dad and Anene is having a meeting. What do you want to tell me about politics? The former Senate President, Bukola Saraki, his father, when his father wanted to become the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, his father visited my father twice in Edo State, Benin City. My father was the Edo State chairman for late Saraki. The father, I'm telling you right now, the father of late Bukola Saraki. What do you want to tell me? We were having more than 70-something buses branded with Bukola Saraki for president in our house. What are you saying? All the Edo Municipal Transport Service in Edo State, till today, my father bought all of them. For those of you that live in Edo State, Oga Prince Collins know what I'm talking about right now. My dad, Barrister Godwin Egbavo Onyediki, bought all the Edo Municipal Transport Service today. I know these politics. I know it from start to end. When I speak against this satanism, you should know where I'm coming from. Because I choose to live my life. Do you know what I passed through eternally? Because of what I'm doing today? How many politicians' children can speak the way I speak? How many of them? Everything that I own today, everything that I have to my name today, I work hard, single-handedly, achieved everything by myself. I don't want to go there. But I have people that can speak for me and my household. Sometimes we don't want to talk. Listen, how Nigeria politics they work, we know how it works. That is why we are where we are today. Someone that will become the next governor or senator or president or even as, do you know the common house of rep that people vote? We normally say is an elected rep or a senator. He was voted in. Now lie. They choose a loyalist. They choose a loyalist amongst others to say, you have been loyal to me for so long. Now you go become the next senate for so constituency. Then go. Thank you, Baba. Thank you, Baba. Truly, everybody will go to the podium to vote. Now lie. The person where they don't tell me make I stop now, man. Sometimes, if you want to talk about people where spirit they use to speak truth to power, not be your pastor. Now, people like us, we talk and might be. And as they talk, they hurt people. People they hate us. People they find how they want to shut us up. I like us to move on. Let me take reactions of the people so that you guys can speak. This was the comment I put on earlier on. Akpabio just buried his own political career, and I said no to that. For those of you who agree, yes, I would like to hear from you later on. I'll move on. I have someone else, Yemi Daniels. We don't have a democracy. If anyone thinks that Nigeria practices a democracy, you are deceiving yourself. The road to redemption in that country is very far. Then I have someone else here. I have Igbo Clifford. He said, it is disgusting and disturbing how this is being read by the alleged perpetrator. The least he could have done was to step down for a proper investigation to be conducted. This is giving the vibes of INEC asking LP to go to court. Now, let's take other reaction. Dr. Simba. Nigeria is now a one-party state. Shameful. Abhorrent conduct by the Senate president and his gang of corrupt cronies. The world looks at us with derision. An allegation as weighty as sexual harassment against a sitting Senate president is dismissed with stupid smirk on his face. Make no mistakes. These guys feel untouchable and powerful and consumed. The institutions will not save Nigeria. The country is beyond redemption. I'll move on. More Nigerians reacted. Lydia said, it is time for Nigerians to protest. Unfortunately, Lydia, Nigerians are docile as we speak. They will not do what you currently wish for. I move on to Adebayo. Adedayo said, our own Senate House is where corruption strives under the guise of representation, where self-interest overshadows national progress, and where the hopes of millions are often sacrificed for the benefit of a privileged few. We know that where our problem begins, but it is also where solutions must emerge. Nigerians must demand transparency, accountability, and truth representation. The power of the people is greater than the greed of a few. Then more people reacted. Spiral said, you cannot preside over a matter that accuses you of sexual harassment. An allegation of sexual harassment is not a kid's joke. Nigeria's Senate is a joke, and they all should be ashamed of themselves. To the young people in Nigeria, there is no hope or a chance of hope in this country. Leave if you can. Complain about Nigeria from outside. Then someone else reacted. Tam said, it is only in Nigeria one can be a judge in his own case. Not only that, he oversees a purported investigation into his own misconduct and criminality and delivers judgment on his own case. It is Nigeria, no surprises. The system rewards and promotes criminals, but punish and rebuke victims, especially when they dared to speak up against the oppressive regime. And it is criminally minded and corrupt elements who cheered every head of the country's institutional structures. While I have someone here, guys, press on the like button. I understand you guys like our presentation here, but you can do us well by taking our voices far. Yes, you weigh the fear today, so you don't want to die. You don't want to talk, you don't want to die. Don't worry, you will still die, Oga. You don't go live forever. I'm promising you that you will die. But I pray you live long, with good health. But unfortunately, most of the people that said I don't want to die, they don't buy for some of the things they were running away from. Now it makes us do where we did today, because many of us don't want to speak. When we see truth, we run away from it. Sometimes your parents will stop you from speaking truth to power because they don't want to lose you. But unfortunately, some of the people are still buying. We cannot continue like this. If now your papa, call him out. If now your mama, call her out. If now your wife, your children, use them as an example. That's the only way Nigeria can be better. Not only when on the other person, papa do something, you go to talk. When it reach your papa turn, you will now be mute. Some of you don't even join the panel when it comes to your favorite. I'd like us to move on. Tribunal said, what is really wrong with Nigerians? How can the Senate president suppress a citizen to the extent of dehumanizing her? There is a severe case of sexual harassment which ponder on prayer too. We need to see the faces of our senators, 109. If they are all not complete, this can stand. Then I have someone else here. Noel Omeji said, what a shame on the Nigeria Senate. How can you be the judge of your own case? Even though prayer 2 was voted against, but yet overturned by the same Senate president. This is a shameful. Second to the last, we're almost there. Shima said, God will use Senator Natasha to set Nigerian women free from sexual slavery by their principals and bosses. Amen. Amen to that. Hopefully, amen to that. If that Randy Senate president has any atom of honor in him, he would have simply resigned his seat and faced the investigation, but not in Nigeria. It is a shame, absolutely shame. Why the last one? Comrade Oviedo said, dismissing the petition further dents the image of the Nigeria Senate. The investigation process was an opportunity for the Senate to redeem its image. Where? How? You know how many of us will talk say Tinubu redeeming image? You know how many people will say, okay, Tinubu, now you don't bring yourself into power, just do us a favor, oppress and imprison all the people that have caused all the pain in Nigeria and do the right thing. Today, do you know a lot of people that are suffering in Nigeria right now? Do you know what they suffer right now for Nigeria? It's not possible. These people will never do that. But I'd like to quickly take articles here to tally up. I'm sorry that my presentation is taking long, but I'll give you guys time to speak. Guys, press on the like button. God bless you all. Ezekwesili said she's very upset over what happened. But I'd like us to take this quickly. As you can see right there, coming from channels, our source. Natasha's suspension. Ezekwesili accuses Senate of abuse of power. A former Minister of Education, Ezekwesili, has described the 6-month suspension slammed on the senator representing Kogi Central, Natasha Akpabio by the Senate as a vicious abuse of power. I'm not going to continue on that. She lamented, seriously lamented. But meanwhile, I have other people here. The Northern elders have also reacted. You know, you see, everybody is speaking. Now, only satanic people now go to talk now say, after all, she disobeyed the rules of the fine. She should be penalized. I don't have any issue with that. Then what happened to the sexual harassment? How many of you talking about it? None of them. This is coming from The Guardian. Northern elders ask Akpabio to resign over alleged sexual misconduct. Thank you, Northern elders. Sometimes when I know they talk, sometimes when I go still talk, I'm happy. The Northern Elders Forum, NEF, on Wednesday condemned the alleged mistreatment of the Senator Natasha Akpabio by Senate President Godswill Akpabio and called for an independent investigation into the matter. Oga, Madam, or whoever belongs to the Northern Elders, they don't dismiss everything. Everybody in the entire house. We not time to sleep now with your day, so don't worry. It is over. I'd like to take this, man. I'd like to take this. Then, Sarah reporter. Akpabio have history of sexual harassment, including against former NDDC acting MD Nonye, says Senator Natasha. See, as we they talk, so Natasha see they talk, they go. Say, what go happen, make it happen. I call her Boko. Oga Prince Collins go help us play when our brother Mr. Our brother was here. What be name girl? I don't forget. Now they helped me to interpret before. But I would like us to move on.
Chris Dublin.
Yes, our brother Chris Dublin. Yes. Sarah reporter. Nigeria High Court orders final forfeiture of 2.1 trillion linked to ex-central bank governor. See them. Only one person. They go collect 2 trillion for your hand tomorrow. Next day, they'll collect on that 2.1. Another day, they'll collect on that 48 trillion. Only one person. Only one person. Nigerians, they sleep. As they talk all of their day life for 1 year channel. Now they talk rubbish. Absolute rubbish. That's what they are discussing right now. My people, good morning, good afternoon, good evening to every one of you. I've done my part. That's all I have for you guys today. I'd like to start hearing from our people on the panel. Do your part by pressing on the like button. Help us to share. Press on the dollar sign if you can. Encourage what we do here. I'd like to appreciate someone that already super chatted me. Hold on, sir. Let me round up. Someone that super chatted me earlier on, Delaja Ogobi. Thank you very much, my brother. God bless you. I'm very, very grateful for this. Guys, you can do the same. The dollar sign is just right there. We have 3,200 comments already. You know, everybody is jumping the dollar sign to comment. Everybody's jumping. Just imagine that 3,200 comment that we already have right now. Let's say some people commented more than 10 times. Let's just say 1,500 people have commented organically. From that 1,500, let's just say only 20 people from that 1,500 people have clicked on the dollar sign. Just say $1. At least it pushes you far to do more for what we are doing today. How many of us do we actually have that is speaking truth to power today in Nigeria? It's not much. Yes, it's not much. The lack of encouragement or encouraging ourselves, that's the reason why we are losing more of our people to Satanism. Yes, And it's very, very wrong. Let's always encourage ourselves. If you cannot click on the dollar sign, always copy the link and share our videos. Like the videos. Leave your comment, encouraging comment. Join the panel if you can. Call into the show if you can. At least to take us far. I appreciate every one of you. My brother, you wanted to say something. Give us a mandate. Please quickly say that. Go ahead, sir.
Yeah, thank you very much. Before they call you to order the last time, I was going to say something. Maybe you just stop at that. Maybe you just stop at a certain point. But I actually want Nigerians. Nobody send me this. I'm just doing this for my own goodwill. I want Nigerians to really understand that the kind of this person that owns this media platform, then his father being a politician, then going his own extra mile to do what he's doing, is very, very real. And may I say something to you guys? Even himself is being pinpointed if you don't know. So sometimes when we come here, let's just let him speak it. Allow him to say. Let's hear his own side of the story, because what this guy is doing, some people, I will just probably not say some things. But thank you very much for that you do. God continue to keep you and protect you. We've had your story. We've had so many things that you said. But please, at some point, just shut it up. Just shut it up. You don't let people just shut it up. Whoever wants to believe it, believe they don't care. But just stay in your own lane and just keep.
Thank you, my brother. I appreciate you. Thank you so much. Let me quickly take some calls, guys. Please just bear with us. Before we take some calls, we have somebody on the panel. I think you're new on the panel. Kare, please unmute yourself. Talk to us. I need to know who is behind that, because I accepted you in, but I believe it's your first time here. Your name is a bit difficult to pronounce. Is that Alabo?
Mr. M is Nami, sorry. I used the app. The other one, they worry me, so I just used the app request. Thank you. Sorry for the stress.
Now, wow, you don't use different names.
That one had to be kind the way my grandmother gave me. Sorry.
Okay. Thank you, sir. No wala. Let me take some calls. We have Madam Origin with us. Madam Origin, thank you very much, ma, for calling in. Good evening to you. Please talk to us.
Hello, Mr. Nigel. How are you?
Should I say I'm fine? I'm not sure I'm fine with what is currently going on right now.
No, we are not. We are not. No normal human being should be fine today. I greet everyone here. I greet Mommy Diaspora. God bless you, ma. I greet all the commenters. I greet all the ninjas. I greet everyone that comes out here to either listen or contribute. When you come to this platform, it all means you're seeking truth. And when you hear truth will help you make decision. And I please plead with Mr. Black Panther, you particularly. I will want you to concentrate on the injustice. I don't want this politics or who is president or who is not. This is a very serious matter. I remember when I was young, I had something that made me start praying seriously and say, God, I don't want to be in a place where I am not valued. I believed so much in myself. I don't believe any human being on earth can bring me down or push me down. But when I heard that word as a child, 8-year-old, I felt threatened. I began to pray. I said, God, whatever it takes, I don't want to be around here. This is what, why I'm saying this. What Akpabio did, what he did today, by using his position. First of all, he used his position to sexually harass Senator Natasha, and it's allegedly. And to worsen it, today he used his position to repress. And to subdue her. And to make the matter worse, someone that came to speak on his behalf after dressing down Senator Natasha, the man made a threat. And he said, even women folk, and indeed. So what he's trying to say is, women are going to be subjected to mental stability tests. And I said to him, if being sane is what they are doing in that Senate, and the way and what they have done to Nigeria, a nation that had mineral resources, that has a human resources, that has capability to build a state-of-the-art nation where people will come and there will be no insecurity, children and women are respected and given their rightful position. That is what is supposed to be a place where there is integrity and justice and equity. And he could not bring any of that. If being sane is that which he is doing, I'd rather remain what I am. If he said we women are crazy and he is sane, then I'd rather remain where I am. It is a shame that men of Nigeria have sold their dignity. And they had audacity. Look at how many men are coming out to speak, to say, except in a place like Mr. Niger Watch this thing, you will see men coming out and say boldly. And that is where you find real and sane men. I say it again. If being sane is what they are doing, I'd rather remain insane, which I know I'm not. And I know many women are not. So I say it here, Senator Natasha. I said it the very first day I spoke about this matter. I say you are swimming against the tide. And that is what it is. And that is what we are seeing.
Thank you.
That is the pain we've been going through as women.
All right.
And it is
Thank you,
not stopping. Who knows, maybe you are standing up tall enough for us to rally around you to say no more and bring a stop to this nonsense. And I say to you, Mr. Niger Watch, you see, with all you have said today, until this, you see what Joy Nunen said, all of them swear an oath. And they are all there doing that. Until we dismantle this quagmire, all the people that swear oaths will continue to rule us with impunity and iniquity.
Okay.
And it has to stop somehow. Thank you.
It will be difficult to stop, oh, Mama. It will be difficult. I'm telling you. It will be difficult. Oh, so sorry. I caught you already. You know, it will be difficult, man. Anyway, thank you very much, Madam Patience. Good evening to you, ma. Talk to us. 3 minutes.
Good evening, my brother. Thank you for all you do. What a very sad day. Very, very sad. I don't think Nigeria will they ever be free from all these evil men? The so-called Senate member.
It will be difficult, man. If that's a question, it will be difficult because whenever things like this happen, Nigerians don't react. We don't react.
I'm not surprised because they have all been tied down by poverty and the wrong narrative. I watched all the clips you were showing today about those women that came out for Akpabio. They don't even know what the reason why they are there. Coming down to protest for some, I have never seen. In law, this is what they say. You can never be a judge in your own case. It has never happened before. It has never happened before. Nigeria can never be redeemed. With all these things they are doing, it can never be redeemed. They keep on impoverishing people, and when you speak out, they will tell you, who are you? That's exactly what they have done to Natasha today. I hope they know the whole world is watching. There is no senator in Nigeria right now that can ever come out to speak that anybody will believe. To be honest, they just rubbish themselves in the mud. Yeah, I know they were in mud, but this just exposed how corrupt they are. In short, they are even worse than the president. They are worse. How can you be a judge in your own case? It has never happened before. Not anywhere in the world have I ever heard or seen such a thing. And those who are coming out to support this evil, this wickedness, they will never go unpunished. You see all these things they've done to Natasha, it will come back to them. Every one of them, anybody that is supporting what is happening in Nigeria, all those who are president, or daddy, or baba, or chairman, this, that, they will all collect. Nigeria will happen to all of them. Then they will know the pain that people are going through. There are a lot of women who are in the position of Natasha. They are going through a lot. It's not only in the unit. It's in the banking sector. Everywhere in Nigeria, there is always this sexual harassment. Always. Then you see the gullible women that will come out and be supporting nonsense, be supporting evil, when they know also they have children. Even the Akpabio doesn't even have a daughter. Men will do worse things than what he's doing to Natasha, to his children's children. What a wicked generation. All of them in that Senate, they are not worth it at all. They shouldn't come out and say they are men. Where are the men in Nigeria? They all just fulfill themselves. You see what is white, you call it black.
Thank you.
You see the truth and you say no because you want money. Nigerians, wake up. Where are the real men in Nigeria? Where are they? Why are they all keeping quiet? Where are the ex-president of Obasanjo, those people who say they speak the truth, where are they? Why can't they stand up for this woman, and for every other woman that is going through this kind of a thing? Thank you, my brother, for all you do. I know what you are doing. It is just God's strength. I heard a lot of things you were saying. You know, it's. I just pray God continue to protect you and guide you and give you that boldness. May His mercy cover you.
Amen.
You know, may He always continue to protect you, because in Nigeria, coming out and speaking truth to power is only the grace of God that helps. Thank you very much.
Thank you, ma. Thank you very much, ma. God bless you too. Amen. Thank you. Okay. We have someone else with us here. Madam Deborah, thank you very much for calling in. Good evening to you, ma. Please talk to us.
Hello, good evening, Mr. Elvis.
Yes, ma'am. Good evening to you.
Good
Talk
evening
to us.
everyone, all our viewers and commenters over the. I want to start by actually thanking you for the comments you made, the speech you made just now, and that is just the truth. I'm really surprised, and I wouldn't say surprised, but I'm disappointed. Anyone who has followed the politics of Nigeria, more especially, like I never knew how bad Nigeria was until that 2023 election. And anybody who saw what happened before that 2023 election and saw how everything played out, can any other person be worse than what we saw in Tinubu, what we saw in 2023? All the controversies around his degree, around his certificate, around his name, around the corruption, around everything, and he still became the president. So I don't understand why anybody is still trying to doubt. Anything can happen in Nigeria. As far as I'm concerned, anything. We all saw how the judiciary turned things upside down. So anybody saying Akpabio cannot be president, I don't know where, except if it is not in Nigeria. Even people worse than Akpabio can become your president, and there's nothing you can do about it. So anybody still really saying one thing is impossible in Nigeria, I think, I don't know where that person is speaking from. As far as I'm concerned, just like you said, Mr. Elvis, everything is possible. The politics of Nigeria is not the way, it's not what me and you are talking on TV. The people who are in charge are the ones that decide, and there's nothing anybody can do about it. Even me, I'm not surprised about what happened to Natasha. Yeah, they are going to get away with it. And nothing is going to happen. Nothing. Nothing is going to happen. So I'm just trying to say, is that time we acknowledge our problem? Is that time? You see, if a sick man does not know that he's sick and cannot tell himself the truth, that, oh, I think I'm not well, then there's not going to be solution. So in that time, we understand the gravity of the situation we have in Nigeria. And if there's something that we can do, that's the only way we can overcome this problem. But at the moment, that is not happening. Not today. There's no any indication that is going to change. If anything at all, the people in charge are emboldened every day by day. And anybody that wants to stand on their way, they are ready to take you out, and nothing is going to happen.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's sad, but that is the reality of our country, and it's going to change. Anybody that thinks is going to change, that person is wasting his time. And like you rightly said, Akpabio might become the president of Nigeria or vice president of Nigeria, and nobody is going to do anything about it. So long as he has the money and he has people backing him up, nobody will stop him. Nobody is going to stop him. Thank you so much, Mr. Elvis.
Thank you, Madam Deborah. God bless you, man. Appreciate you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Okay. Now, all women you're the calling today. Thank you very much, Madam Ola. Talk to us, man. Good evening to you.
Yes. Good afternoon, Mr. Elvis. Good afternoon, everybody.
Thank you, ma'am.
Mommy Diaspora, God bless you. In fact, I don't know where to start from because, like everybody has said, this is really a sad day. You know, if I want to agree with you that no PDP member was speaking over there defending Natasha, that's just a confirmation of all we have been saying. The country is captured. You think Ngibe is there keeping quiet. The man that read the judgment is also labor from Edo State, if I understand correctly. So everybody has said all I would have said in different ways, but this is what saddens most of us most of the time, that Nigeria is going nowhere. This is just a big confirmation of it. The whole Senate. I mean, if I were Natasha's lawyer, I will advise her, first of all, I don't want anybody to bite me. I want to agree that for a misconduct, she can apologize, but she have to specifically say that the trauma she has been experiencing with Akpabio made her to kind of lose temporary sanity, and when the allocation of seats came up without her knowledge, it triggered off all that she has been trying to suppress in her. That is the treatment of her by Akpabio. On that basis, she can apologize for the misconduct, but for the harassment, one happened in the office and another one in the house. So she can table the one in the office because it's within the office premises and send that petition in the correct way. And then the one that happened in Akpabio, she can take it to the court. Now, when we get to taking Akpabio to court, let's see what takes it. But what happened today should be fought against. It cannot. And I think I had Black Panther say it is illegal. I'm not a lawyer, but I know things about jurisdiction. The one that happened in the office, she can table that at the committee, saying that it triggered off the trauma she's been trying to suppress by just telling her, well, after she arrived, that her seats have been allocated. So on that basis, because she She behaved in a very, very inappropriate way. She's sorry about that. But for the reason that she had a temporary insanity, she does not regret because it wasn't her normal self. And then for the harassment, that one has to be taken to another level. They can't just sweep it under the carpet. And Nigerian women and everybody should rise up that the Senate president cannot see to read the judgment of the Senate when a case is against him. If Akpabio were a moral person and a good person that the wife claimed he is, he should voluntarily step down. There is no need for Senate to tell him that. A moral man, to prove that you are not guilty and to prove that this thing, I want to show the world that this woman is lying against me. He should temporarily stepping down doesn't mean you have lost your place. But until investigations are concluded, that is what a good man does. You step down temporarily before anything is even spoken. There is a case against me. I want to prove to the world that I'm innocent. I'm stepping down temporarily. The deputy Senate president take over until the investigation are over. But what he has displayed today shows that he's one of the most wicked people in Nigeria. And that everything that has been said against him, he has exposed himself that they are correct, both in the present and in the past. Look at that woman of NNDC, or what is it? They should, my dear brother, that one should be thrown all over the place. Let the mainstream media see, let them be showing that all over. Because that woman categorically said everything that happened. And she was full of emotion, just like Natasha was. So let them come and prove that they are wrong. Thank you very much for all. God will continue to empower you and increase you in Jesus' name.
Amen, man. Thank you very much. Thank you, man. Thank you so much. God bless you. I guess we are done with callers. My panelists, they don't retire. So, when I'm not worried, my panelists, I'll give them enough time to speak. Okay, I guess all my callers, we are done. But the law of God is my strength. We never hear from her for like a week now, if I'm not mistaken. You don't miss her. And many others though. Also when we mention names like this, we don't create offense like that for some people. I appreciate everybody. Thank you so much. I got a super chat just now from Pius Moye. Thank you very much, Pius Moye. God bless you. My pocket never run dry. I'm very, very grateful. Thanks for your encouragement. Guys, we got a lot of shares. Since that my speech, I got currently we have 230 shares. Thank you very much. If we can take that more further, that would be nice. And the likes is not encouraging though, but press on the like, but the shares, I'm very, very grateful. But meanwhile, I'd like us to start talking from the panel right now. The first person on the panel, now make a look over this. Now Prince Collins. Okay, Prince Collins, you're the first person today. Wow. Okay, talk to us. Good evening to you.
Now I need the first person today. Now you come out. No mind Naija watch. You go down the bypass me every time.
Black part, I don't talk to the way you talk.
Oh man, you go talk the truth. You are a chamber of truth. Talk the truth all the time. I was the first person before you remove me.
No. I not remove you. Now you remove yourself. My screen for here now. Prince Collins now be first. Now you come on.
Now your screen, but who first come your channel?
Now me the top. You come back. You lost your spot.
Now you talk. Now me first enter. Look at your statement.
No, you don't lose your spot. They don't remove you. Out.
Now you are talking. I don't lose my first position.
Oh yeah. Talk to us. Now talk to us.
No, I don't want to talk. No. Not be say I want to talk. I just want correct his statement.
You see why? Now make
you can go ahead if you don't mind.
No, Epa, no worry. Okay. I just want we are in the Senate here. We need to correct our prayers.
Okay. Akpabio people. Yeah, I want to thank.
Thank you, sir.
I want to thank everyone. Mr. Elvis, I want to really congratulate you. You actually spoke very well today. You took me back to memory lane. That I have to actually, see certain things that. That took place. It's obvious. A lot of people don't really know. I remember those days, the days you were talking about. I still remember vividly of what you explained as regard your dad, Eddie himself, the chairman. He was then. Then we had Imasoge, who is still alive today. Mr. Imasoge, and late Dr. Egarewa, who is late now. if you're then, those were the politicians that headed those states like iron, apart from Aneni and the Osama of Benin, who were at the apex. I think your father was one of the greatest politician in Edo, who we have always looked at until we begin to see that, oh, what we are doing is not actually the right thing due to exposure. I want to congratulate you once again. You are a very brave person. I have to tell you the truth. All the stories you just tell an evidence to everything that was, clearly back home. I saw everything then. So you have never lied in the way you have presented yourself in terms of political connections. You have never said anything wrong, and we'll continue to pray for you. And this is what we want. If all the children of these political bulldozers then can have a good thought and change a new leaf, it will be better for us as a nation, and it will be better for us as a continent. Thank you very much. I want to say, people in the diaspora, I want to greet you all. Those at home, comment section, I want to celebrate all of you. Mommy diaspora, say thank you very much. My fellow panelists, I say good evening to you all. Yes, this is what it is. We've always said, in my last submission where we're discussing this Natasha issue, I pinpointed so many issues that is going to happen to her, and I actually measured, victimization, which is taking place right now, humiliation and isolation, among Nigeria politicians, not really the Senate. It's all of them. This is the peculiarity of Nigeria politicians. If you look at the evidence of hypocrisy that we just saw not quite long, when a member was trying to explain, a senator that stood up, that said he gave kudos to members of Senate that have been governors, that have stayed, that are long-serving senators. He gave kudos to them, and he even went as far as saying that when he shakes them, look as if it's a blessing. Yeah, that is a typical explanation of an average Nigerian, not only politicians, an average Nigerian who do nothing but just to feed their own pocket and support their immediate family, and they don't care about what happens. Look at what he's saying. He said for him to be in the midst of Senate president, he is grateful to God, as if he actually said he's seeing them as God. And that tells you the kind of hypocrisy that is taking place in Nigeria. This is a senator speaking. So how can you now compare this man with a common man that is in the village like me and you, that the senators are actually representing? So when they see these people, they lie on the floor and they can match them. So that's to tell you how they feel. This is a senator explaining that way, that he sees Akpabio as God. He sees so many people that have been two times governors and have been long-serving senators as gods or mini gods. So that's the way it is. Godfatherism, loyalty to nothing but those in charge. That is what it is. So what they are doing there is absolute hypocrisy. So going further, you see the way that senator spoke. First, he praised some of the past long-serving governors and saying that he's happy to have a handshake with some of them. So if your co-senator can say this kind of thing, you imagine what will happen. So most Nigerians don't know who they are. That's what it is. They don't know where they are. So how can they move forward? It is only when you know who you are, where you are, and where you are coming from that you can forge ahead. So many Nigerians, even those that are seeing themselves that they are exposed, they don't know where they are. For a senator to speak like that is to say he doesn't even know his capacity as a senator. He doesn't even know who he is. He's just there, loyal, and listening to them so that he can carry a bag of money to his house. The fact is that generally, this is how they bully people, politicians out of politics. This is how they bully them, especially the women. This is a systematic and deliberate attempt to bully the women out of political institution of Nigeria. Look at the other man saying that they will start using Nigerian women to pass through mental test before they accept them in position, as if they are the best. This is an evidence that institution like Nigeria does not recognize the rights of women. For somebody to stand up and say such a thing, it shows that he's insensitive on what the right of women is all about. That is exactly who they are there. So, as a matter of fact, a senator said a woman should be subject to a meta scrutiny before they can be allowed to take position in Nigeria politics. It's an attempt to bully women out of political space. What will you do to those that have been in Nigeria government, both military and civilian, men that have been there, that have destroyed Nigeria since 1960? They should be in a meta home. They should be kept in a meta home, because there is nothing that is as worse than a leader leading the people astray, leading the people to retrogression, and leading the people to anarchy. These are gentlemen of Nigeria that call themselves leaders. Nigerians have moved from light to darkness in terms of electricity. They have moved from pipe-borne water to boreholes that is being done by individuals who want to have potable water in their houses. Nigerians have moved from good health institution to business. The health system has been taken over by health professionals who are now the key players. Medical doctors have taken upon themselves to set up health institution and sell it to the public because the government has failed. The judiciary or the judicial system has become a joke in Nigeria, where justice is no more, or justice has become a thing of the past. INEC now select our leaders instead of making sure that elections are free, fair, and credible. They now select those leaders. Or is it the fact that the security apparatus that we have has been compromised and has become a curse instead of a blessing to Nigeria? Or is it the fact that transportation by land has moved from bad to worse, and blood are spreading everywhere you go? People are being by every day through kidnapping, and these are men that have been governing us since all this while, moving from good, bad to ugly situation. So what are we going to do to those men? They are all supposed to be in the psychiatric, because their actions have displayed their mental ability, that they are not capable, that they are insane. That's what it is. That is what you see. Going by the verdict of that senator, it shows that all those that have ruled Nigeria from the beginning are all insane. They should be in mental home. That is what it means. So it's a pity to have people like this that will leave the main issue. Now, the most sensitive issue, which is sexual harassment, has been swept under the carpet. They don't even discuss it anymore because it's not relevant to them. They went as far as suspending the person in question that have raised an alarm against sexual harassment and embarrassment. Now, how can you encourage women in this kind of society to speak out when they have this kind of, when they fall victim of this kind of circumstances? How can you encourage your children, your daughter? You see, this is what I'm saying. You see, all these leaders these people that call themselves leaders, they are not leaders. Some of them are, sorry to use the word, they are lizards. Some of them are gamma lizards, because they have red neck. They don't know the use of the chain they have in their neck. Some of them are gamma lizards. They are not leaders, because these are the people that have daughters, sons, they have cousins, they have female family relatives that are supposed to be protected through their actions. They don't reason anything about that. They've forgotten that what is happening to Natasha Akpabio right now is happening to somebody related to them one way or the other elsewhere, that cannot speak, that are voiceless, people that cannot, defend themselves. This is happening everywhere. Instead of them to handle it truthfully, let the Senate leader resign honorably, go and sit somewhere and let this issue be treated the way it is supposed to be done. No. The judge, the accused has become the judge of his own case. They've all compromised. You see that as if they've all taken it personal, as if Senator Akpabio. In fact, it's a pity that we are in a banana republic called Nigeria like that, in a situation like this. Coming back to what we're arguing there, you see, we will agree. No one will disagree that people like this, they don't grow. These are the people that grow in politics. Let me ask one question. Look around. Go back to memory lane. Is there any politicians or any politician in Nigeria that have displayed good character, that have ever lasted, more than expected time in Nigeria politics? No one. Just say it. Look at the man that was in Cross River. Then what was his name? Donald Duke. Where is he today? His political career is dead because he's a good man. He's a good man. His career is dead. Look at what they are doing to Peter Obi now. Push him to the wall. They don't want him to come out because people like that want to bring light to the people. They don't want them to exist. You will see what they will do to Senator Natasha now because they've seen her as a threat, as somebody that is doing the right thing. Look at the project that is. I've gone back to read her political history for just a short while. She has been engaging on viable projects and trying to defend the good people of the official state. People like this, they don't allow them to grow. They don't allow them to grow because they are threats. They are threat to the kind of institution they want to set up. Institution where people have no voice, people cannot speak, people cannot do anything they are supposed to do. It's a pity. It's a pity that we are in this kind of mess. It's a pity that we are in this kind of mess. Thank you very much, Mr. That was. Let me give space to somebody else to speak.
All right. Oga Prince Collins, God bless you, sir. Thank you so much for that submission, and thanks for the kind words earlier from your submission, from the beginning of your submission. God bless you, sir. Okay, my brother Black Panther, I guess you are ready to speak now.
Yeah, can you hear me clearly? I just want to know if I can out clearly.
Yes, I can hear you. Give us a minute.
Okay.
Yes, after Black Panther.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Naija Watch, for giving us the modern day presentation of 21st century presentation of journalism. I put it like journalism at its best. How they do it in the Western world. We don't forget, journalists don't forget the past. They file the past and save it and bring it in case there is a picture that comes again, picturing himself in an abnormal way or trying to make himself a saint. Then you will now refer to your archive and bring it up for the people to judge. Thank you for that excellent journalism. I want to thank everyone that has spoken. I want to thank Mommy and all other protocol observed. I want to start by saying this, that anybody in Nigeria can become the Senate president. I repeat again, anybody in Nigeria can be the Senate president, depending on the geographical calculation and depending on where the political party you stand and depending on your level of corruption, the percentage of corruption inside of you. 2, not everybody can be the president of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. 1, because Nigerian politics presidencies is zoned south to west, south to north. And apart from that, you are going to be highly corrupt because the people that call Nigeria their own, they'll be able to hold a leverage against you when you go against them. And going against them, you tell them that they are stealing the wealth of the nation, or you try to bring out the secret on how they steal the wealth of the nation, which you must know before you get to the corridor of presidency in Nigeria. And Akpabio cannot be the president of Nigeria because the road is too very narrow, and the road is meant for a person that is highly corrupt, and you must belong to an organization that is linked with those that have called Nigeria their own. If you can understand where I'm going to, you can be able to understand what I'm saying. Now, the politician that call the women need to be evaluated. I guess some of us have forgotten here when we were speaking about Nigerian politician. We said they should put it into law that the Nigerian politician should have a sort of health evaluation before they can be granted fit for any position. And the man speaking there today that was saying the ladies, women should go for evaluation. I will say to him that he himself is not mentally stable, because what he has just spoken comes from the depth of his mental instability. That is where that is where he has spoken from. Because politicians that could not obey the constitution, politicians that could not obey the rules and regulations of their constitution, that can break it openly to the whole world to see, they need to go for mental evaluation. Politicians that cannot say the truth when a lady is being raped or a lady being molested sexually, that politician need to go for health and mental evaluation. It's a serious matter, because we discussed on this issue that this issue be enshrined in the Nigerian constitution. That was when we said something about the head state of any politician, including our president. We spoke about that. And look at the kind of lunatic statement. I put it, if you like, I want to use that word by me. The concept of lunatic statement made by a man calling himself a patriot of a country, quote and unquote, that is not yet a country. Speaking, I'm not surprised, because I know Nigeria is not a country. That is why all these shenanigans. But I want to say here today that everything that has been demonstrated in the Senate is illegal. This is my point. One, I guess there was a court order restraining them from going ahead with what they've done. I guess there was a restraining order, because I learned there was a restraining order. And I heard there was a restraining order. For them to halt, a court of jurisdiction, for them to halt, but they refused. They went ahead. Two, you cannot suspend the Constitution, because you are suspending a constituency. You are taking the right of being a senator out of it, because in their what they wrote, or what they call it, what they call it, they read by the Edo State senator. He said, and he made that statement, said he doesn't have, the senator suspended does not have the right to portray himself as a senator. That's a breach against the Nigerian constitution. Three, the Nigerian Senate does not possess the right to say Nigerians don't have the right, ban Nigerians from entering the premises of the Senate because she's a Nigerian. You can only ban her from participating in the Senate. You cannot ban her to come into the premises of her office. Neither can you take the key of her office from her, because that key belongs to the people of his constituency. And if we are speaking on this issue, we should know that this Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, quote and unquote, is supreme and above every other laws being made in the confinement of the Senate. When they are making laws, they should put a mirror to the Constitution, because if they make a law that will breach the Constitution, then those laws are illegal. I'm not speaking as a lawyer, but the little I know, I'm pushing out for you to judge. Now, what has transpired in there confirm and reaffirm what Accuses said. You know, when I brought this statement out, somebody said one thing. Oh, it's a lie. He turned it upside down. I as a person, went for a leadership training when I was in Nigeria. I participated in Nigerian politics to the extent, to a level that I refused because of the corruption level. You see, somebody said here, called in, said He never knew Nigeria politics was like this. There is no hope for Nigeria, but I said there is hope. When Nigeria was in the military era for more than 30 years, 25% of Nigerians to make what happen in Nigerian space. And it took thousands of lives to make Nigeria get to where it is today. Nigeria was so docile during Nigeria was so scared during the military era. We were said it is finished. You know what's called QED? Quad era demonstranta. It is finished. We cannot do anything. But people rose from the academic world. Students rose. I can't mention names now. Lawyers rose. Civil rights movement rose up. Some of them were named down. Some of them are now heroes of our past. They fought for it. Why the Nigerians that you said they are docile? They were so docile and scared during the military era, more than what we have today. Because it was shoot aside when you come out to carry a placard then. But Nigerians revolt. The student rose up and the student made it what it is today. The Nigerian students that were named down during the military era was more than what was named down in this in Tollgate. Within the twinkling of an eye, massacre all over the country. That is why I said we have to pass through this. The Nigerian people have to pass through this because we are always like this. Play the picture of the military era, you play it. Nigerians have always been like, but there'll come a time when I said the elasticity limit will be broken and it cannot come back again. That is when the Nigerians will rise up. But we don't know the elasticity limit of the Nigerians, average Nigerians now, because a lot of factors have come to play. And the factors of what? The factors of tribalism, nepotism, come to play. Being perpetrated by the Nigerian politicians. So I beg to say here, what we are encountering today, we will go through it and we'll get to the promised land. If we don't get to the promised land, this entity you see today, because it was not well amalgamated, it will break. People think I'm not saying, I'm just saying something. No, a word, not my word. Word that has been said by the people that formed Nigeria, that brought about the amalgamation. They spoke about it. That fought the civil war, they spoke about it. That was the reason why the civil war was done. And still, we are still not uniting, we are still not harmonizing. Rather, we are following the same tenets that brought about the civil war. That is what it is. Now, Akpoti, if I were Akpoti, I will proceed to court. Proceed to court. For damn all, you are fighting for your constituency, and your constituency cannot be suspended for 6 months. Cannot be suspended for 6 months. Cannot. You got to proceed to court because they have broken the law, and that makes their law illegal. You got to proceed to the court. You got to proceed because you are the Amazons of the Nigerian women that refuse to speak, that refuse to dine with the devil, and with the devil they will go down if they don't speak. That was why I told, I said, the Nigerian women have a problem. The problem is, let them come together and talk to themselves on what they need, how to do it. Then they bring it to the temple. They bring the template to us, and there are men, there are musketeers that will fight alongside with you guys. And I beg to say here, Nigeria, what? I have no words of my own. Wisdom of God that has been given to me, I speak. And any man has the right to go against it. But I say here, that suspension is illegal. Thank you.
All right. Even though you and I know is illegal, but how are we going to prove that? How are we going to sustain that or reverse it? How? That's what. So illegal or not illegal, it looks like nothing is going to happen. So their decisions might probably, stand. Thank you for your submission, my brother. I appreciate you. Thanks for your all that you do. Olabipe Soyemi, thank you very much, man. I appreciate you for the super chat. God bless you. I'm very, very grateful. Thank you so much. Give us a mandate. Are you there with us? Okay, you're not available right now. Let me go to White Panther. White Panther, if you're there, please talk to us, sir.
White Panther, me, Mr. Harris.
Yeah, it's supposed to be White Panther, but it's not there as well. Okay. So, Mr. All Jonathan, right. Just go ahead. Talk to us.
All right, then let me just do that because.
Yeah, sorry, sir.
Okay.
We'll come back to you. We'll come back to you, White Panther. Thank you, sir.
Okay.
So you can go. Let him go ahead since it's his turn. Let him go ahead.
Okay. Right. Okay, White Panther, go ahead, sir.
Okay, sir.
We don't get White Panther.
Nah, if Emmanuel you go change enter White Panther, Black Panther. There, I don't know what is
troublemaker.
We have to balance the equation now. Where anywhere that is black, that should be
white. Be black and white.
since we joined no mind them. Now in character now, I don't understand them again. This might be
you see, Niger Watch. Give me 10 seconds.
Yes, sir.
He does not know that I am following a movement and it has an ideology.
Okay.
If you follow movement, you go use white, follow your movement now.
Let him bring the case. Let him tell us his own history. Because there's nothing like White Panther in the history of the creation of the world. If you have White Panther, bring it.
Okay, you don't hear now. You don't hear the matter now. No, I deal with you, my brother.
All right. Thank you so much, Mr. Evans, for the opportunity. I greet each and every one of you in the panel. Those at the comment section, I also greet you too as well. Well, diving straight to the matters at hand, I just want to look at this thing diligently, sincerely, because social media is awash right now with this imbroglio. If you follow the social media, follow the house, you can see that if you're not careful, if you're not a detailed person, you will begin to even apportion some fault to the complainants. Here we come, we have an issue. The issues have been modeled up. The problem here, they're completely different entirely. We have a sitting arrangement issue. Here we also have a sexual harassment issue. These are two different issues completely. But unfortunately, they want to Maradona the whole sexual harassment into sitting arrangement. That's what these people are trying to do. Permit me with this word I'm using. They want to Maradona the whole sexual allegation into the sitting and Senate procedural decorum, making it look as if they are the same thing. They are not the same thing. They are separate matters entirely. That is why when Natasha came out, she said she had not filed any, she had not sued, what's it called? Any issue that has to do with the sexual harassment in court. What she filed was specifically where she was, what's it called? Where her name was, messed up and wasn't straight to Akpabio, was to the his ZP or personal assistant. So these are two different issues entirely. So this issue should be treated as is. That is, they should treat them individually. They shouldn't model up the whole thing. Otherwise, the whole truth will be difficult. The whole matter will be difficult to address. That's number one. Then number two, Akpabio can deliberate or can set a committee to handle the sitting arrangement. That can be dealt with in the Senate, no problem. That has to do with their modus operandi. But we'll talk about the sexual aspect of the matter. Should be removed completely in total from the Senate handling it. There should be an independent investigative body in this matter of sexual harassment. Remember, it's an allegation. He who alleges must also prove. So for me, they are modeling up the whole thing. That is why you can see very well they rush into suspending her. Where matters are different matter. Why will you suspend somebody? Okay, are you suspending her on the basis of the sitting arrangement? Or you're suspending her on the basis that she alleged, she accused you of sexual harassment? On what basis are you suspending her? If not a calculated, corrupt-minded way of, shutting her up. So for me, Nigerian women should put on their thinking cap and support this move. This is a movement right now, as it is right now. It's a movement against the men of Nigeria, especially those in the Senate. Otherwise, this impunity will continue. Let's call A, and let's call B. It's a two different matter entirely. And Akpabio does not have a right to deliberate, to handle it, to be a judge in his own matter, in his own case. No. You can't be a judge in your own matter. Sitting arrangement can be sorted out within yourself, no problem. It's unfortunate that we find ourselves in a country that is already in disarray, and this kind of matter is coming up. The first thing first this man would have done was to step aside. Taking that step alone will make him at least be seen as, this man might be innocent, for him to step aside. It's unfortunate that this kind of thing is happening in a I don't know which word will I use right now to qualify the state of our country. A country that put evil for good and good for evil. A country that sees white and call it black. All the men seems to be, even when he was trying to reading the yea and nay, even when it was clear, some are saying nay, the nay is loudest. Yet the guy gave it to, can you see the corruption we're talking about? Those who say nay on the second one, the second one, the third one, he said nay was the loudest voice there. But yet he gave it to the yea. Ha! What kind of jungle do we find ourselves like this so-called Nigeria? Thank God Black Panther say something. Say Nigeria is not a country. Of course, it is not a country. It is not a country. We just geographically express ourselves in a different way, and we are calling it Nigeria. It's unfortunate. Don't mind them, my brother. It's unfortunate. Mr. Davis, at the verse, let the women arise. It is the time for them to arise this point in time. If they close mouth, I guarantee you, if it doesn't happen to you today, tomorrow it might happen to your daughter. This is the time for all women to step up. Step up. Step up your game. We are all the same, created by the same God. Nobody is greater than anyone. What a man can do, a woman can do even more better. So let's not deceive ourselves. Let's not keep quiet. Because all the people there seated in that Senate, they are all criminals. You and I know that. So please, women, support Natasha in this time of crisis. 6 months in Nigeria is not a child's play. Even the rich cry in this kind of bad economy, let alone somebody that has been, removed from her daily bread for 6 good months. That is not acceptable. So please, Nigerian women, the time has come. Let's see what you guys can do with this matter. Leaving her alone in this deep sea is to be unfair to all the rest of the women. I therefore encourage you to speak up. Remember, a closed mouth is a closed destiny. Thank you, Mr. Elvis. I'm here listening. Don't mind them. They're all liars. I don't mind them.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Oga F. Emmanuel. God bless you, sir. Thank you. Not mind them. Thank you very much, my people. Yeah, we still have a couple of people that need to speak, but let me start with Mr. Jonathan. After Mr. Jonathan, then I come to Mr. Alabo. Mr. Jonathan, sir, good evening to you. I don't know if you're there. You're always there, though. Please talk to us.
Thank you, Mr. Harris. I greet you. God bless. God bless you. Thank you for the thank you for the good work you are doing. Yeah. Thanks for the good work you are doing. I greet you. I greet all fellow panelists. I greet every one of you. God bless you all. Mummy Diaspora, I greet you once again today. God bless you abundantly. God will continue to strengthen you and uphold you in Jesus' name. I greet all the commenters. God bless you all. All the callers, God bless you all. And welcome. See, today, let me quickly start by saying this. I will quote my fellow brother here, my fellow panelist here, Dr. CM. He said, and I quote, "Full-blown criminals are in charge of Nigeria." They are not just criminals, full-blown criminals are in charge of Nigeria. So I'm not expecting anything less from them. This is expected of criminals, people that have no integrity. And Kenneth Okonkwo said, whatever you get through compromise, you'll have to keep it through compromise. That's the only way. You can't, if you still want to continue to hold on to it, you must continue to compromise. So all these people, they call themselves senators. They are not elected. They got there through compromise. They are appointed by their godfathers, their parties, whatever. So they got there. So it was compromise. So they must continue to answer to them. So they must continue that compromise until the last day. If you decide not to continue in that state of compromise, then you should be ready to leave and pay the supreme price, which is you have to leave. So almost all of them, they are not elected. So that's just the fact. I will agree with my fellow panelists. Mr. Black Panther was talking about a lunatic statement, and the speaker of that statement, that women, Nigerian, when anyone wants to be senator, needs to go for mental evaluation. They need to check their mental state. Yeah, I agree. I agree with that. I agree with that. It's a lunatic statement. It is. And the speaker of that statement needs immediate and urgent mental evaluation. Immediate. As in yesterday. Mental evaluation. Because going forward, his daughters, sisters, nieces, all around him, they need to go for mental evaluation before they get a job in Nigeria. Since women will have to, because you need this in Nigeria, we must this is what media does. You must always take them back. You must always do that, and that is what Nigerian media has failed to do. So someone like this, just tell him wherever he is. Since you have said that, okay, fine. Nigerian women, before they become senators, because they are seeking for a job, it's a job. Then henceforth, and that is even a more serious one, right? If you want to put it side by side. So your daughter, your wife, your sisters, and your nieces, whenever they want to get a job in Nigeria, they need mental evaluation. So don't be discriminative about it. So let it be balanced. That is why, if you have thought along this line, you will know that that statement is a lunatic statement. Your wife, if she needs a job, she wants to get a contract, she wants to do anything in Nigeria, she needs because she's a woman, she needs mental evaluation. But because you people cannot reason, because you have been compromised, that is the problem. So you need serious one. That person must be seriously challenged. He needs to go for mental evaluation immediately, because it's a danger to people around him. A serious danger to people around him. And all the senators, these are dangerous people. And they are the ones that are superintending over the affairs of Nigeria. Dangerous men. For me, for Senator Natasha, I will say this. This is now your fantastic opportunity. They have suspended you. Now that she has been suspended on ground that she disrespects or violated their rules, the Senate rules, I'm glad. I believe it was Black Panther is one of the panelists making his position that the Nigerian Constitution is supreme over any other rules or laws. So that's a statement. It's undisputable. So let's get that straight. And since Senator Natasha has been suspended based on their own rules, the Senate rules, she has violated it. Fine. That is okay. Which section of the Senate rule on sexual harassment that Senator Natasha violated? Which section, which place in your rule that has a section or a clause that relates to sexual harassment that she violated? I want to say probably none. Probably none. If I'm wrong, somebody should please correct me. I don't think I find it anywhere. But if there is, please bring it out. So she has not violated any sexual harassment rule as per your own rule. So take on that now. If you are men of integrity, if you are not men that needs urgent medical evaluation, now take that up now, separate. Now she's out. So you cannot eat your cake and have it. You cannot sweep it under the carpet. You have suspended her, fine. That's okay. Now deal with the sexual harassment case now. As men of integrity, you can't sweep it under the carpet. And that's why I believe that they have even today, by this act alone, this singular act alone, they have made it even more difficult for themselves. That's why these men, sometimes you just, because see, compromised men, when a man is compromised, his thought of reasoning is largely limited because he cannot think beyond that compromise. He cannot go beyond it. As educated as they claim they are, widely exposed as they claim they are, most of them have held political offices, probably more than half of their lifetime. Yet still, these people cannot reason beyond that compromise line. Because by this singular act alone, you have even made it more difficult for yourself. Because now, Senator Natasha is no longer bound by your rules. This case can only go down. This case, this matter, can only be killed by, or if I have to use the word, this case can only be killed if Senator Natasha wants it to be so. Now,
You are no longer bound by their rules. They can suspend you. They cannot suspend the public. They can't suspend the public. So it is now a matter of public court. Get your lawyer ready. It's as simple as that. Get a lawyer, as in tonight. If somebody can get this to this woman, get your lawyer tonight and let them go. Let them come out to the public. Give the public a snippet of what you have. That is, now come and litigate this matter in the public. How these people, she said it, and I believe it. The last statement she said, this injustice cannot be sustained. How they will sustain it? I remain to be, to be taught on that. I'm waiting. Release a snippet of it in the media. Let your lawyer hire people, one or two publicists, lawyer, let them now come out and start litigating this. They can suspend you. They cannot suspend the public. I believe this is how they can't sustain it. It cannot be sustained. This man will step down. It only behoves on Senator Natasha and her alone, unless you want it to be so. And it will be dangerous if she go on that line. She has no option now. She's in, and she has to be fully in. She must fight this battle to the end. You have to bring it out. Start releasing it bit by bit. Something just, when they do movie, there's this thing they call trailer, or what they call it. Before the day of the movie, they give you like about 30 seconds. Give the public that. You are not releasing the whole thing. Give the public. It behoves on you now. You must do it. Get people out to do this. How they will sustain it, how they will survive it, I want to see. I just want to see. There is no way. They cannot eat their cake and have it. For Senator Akpabio, this is his modus operandi. Remember the video that you showed, that 2020 video of the former MD of the NDDC, how she narrated the corruptive practices of Senator Akpabio. It is the same thing that he's doing right now. It is his modus operandi. He gets other people to do the dirty job for him. He gets other people to do the dirty job for him. It is the same thing, procurement. It is the same thing that is at the center of this, but let's focus on the sexual harassment. This is part of it. This is the key. This is a very central, matter here. How you set up a Senate Ethics Committee, and in less than 7, you see, when they want to do their corrupt work, they can be very, very fast. Within 3 days, they set up that committee, I believe, earlier this week, and they came up with their report, and they suspended that today. When it is anything that is for public good, it will take them forever, or they will not do it at all.
Thank you, Miss Brother Jonathan. The illegality in it, thank you.
When it is their evil, they are very, very prompt. They will do it within a scene. So what in their thinking now? These are men. These are men, right? In their 40s, 50s, 60s, some of them in their 70s. So thinking in their widest imagination that suspending her is a shortcut for them to get out of this. How naive could you people be? How unwise could you people be? All of you combined together. If they had your age, all of you together, so all of you have spent combined age, combined. We are talking of almost 1,000. That means all of you have lived combined maybe 1,000 years. So you cannot put 1,000 years of wisdom. 40, 50, 60, 65, whatever. Some of you 70s. Combine all of it together, because that's how you combine experience. Combine that wisdom of almost 1,000 years of wisdom. This is what you want over one, because all of you there. When they put you together, you are talking of almost 1,000 or over 1,000 years of wisdom. So this is what you can come up with. disappointing. So in your widest imagination, over 1,000 years of wisdom, in your widest imagination, suspending her is the best route to go. Because you are perpetrating evil. Because you are all compromised. One of them even stood up, have the audacity to be quoting the Holy Bible. To be quoting the Holy Bible, calling the name, that is simply calling the name of God in vain. They have no shame. All of them. They have no shame. And somebody said this, I believe, is the anchor earlier on in his presentation. See, the Nigerian woman, today is a very sad day for the Nigerian woman. And it will go down. It will come back to haunt Nigerian women. That is the saddest part of it for me. Today has gone in history as a sad day for Nigerian women, and it will come back to haunt them. But there's still a window for them to do the needful. The Nigerian women can cut this off in a matter of hours. Nigerian women, if you are not part of this compromise, you can cut this off in a matter, not a day, in a matter of hours. Less than 24 hours, Nigerian women can cut this off. But if you allow this to go, then today has become a very sad day, and it will come down. It will come down. It's coming back to haunt every Nigerian woman, without exception. And finally, when we are talking about this thing, they have their rules. They are talking about legality. Please don't let us fall into this trap in Nigeria again. Please, going forward, I want to plead. When we are talking about issues of Nigeria, something that is so important to all of us, some people will be asking, are you a lawyer? When they want to do their corrupting in Nigeria, when they want to perpetrate their evil, they will be saying, are you a lawyer? When was the last time you see all of us talking about economy? Somebody will ask you, are you an economist? When was the last time that you see us talking about insecurity, something that affects all of us, that somebody will say, are you a security expert? When was the last time you and I will be talking about medical problem in Nigeria, the state of our healthcare system, that somebody will come and say, are you a doctor? It is only when it comes to the issue of real issues, they will be asking you. I see that question as so unguided. People should stop asking it. Because when you are talking from the place of wisdom. And that's what should guide us. Law applies wisdom. That is justice. So nobody should be asking me that foolish question if I am a lawyer. I don't need to be a lawyer to know what is right and what is wrong. I am guided by truth and facts. They can play the legalists all over here and there, but I am guided by truth and facts. That's it. Nobody, if you want to go, when you are talking about petrol, every Nigerian talk about petrol, every Nigerian talk about subsidy, how it's affecting everyone in Nigeria. I've never seen anybody asking anyone, are you a security, are you an oil and gas expert, that you should be talking about it. You're talking about things that affect you. People will be bringing legalists into it. When they want to commit crime and criminality, then they will be bringing legality into it. When Nigeria start asking you that question, just raise your antenna up high. Something is fishing. Something is fishing. So I want to implore the Nigerian women to rise up and stop this. Nigerian women must rise up. Nigerian women must stop this. So that today, the 6th of February, as the 6th of March, 2025, will not go down in history as a sad day for Nigerian women. Whichever way you want to spin it, whichever side that you are. Because you cannot... Okay, Mr. Elvis. Let me leave it out. Let me leave it out there. But the fact that you've spoken, thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. I really appreciate it. Thanks.
Thank you, Mr. Jonathan. I have to give you that lot of minutes because I never wanted to cut your submission. Thank you. Thank you for all that you do. Okay, the last person on the panel, which is Oga Prince Alabo. Thank you very much, sir, for your time with us today. Thanks for your long wait. I beg, talk to us, sir. Good evening to you. Okay, Prince Alabo, you're not even there. Okay, let's go back to...
Baba, I sent you a video now for my presentation, sir.
Okay.
One shot, yeah.
Let me see. I did not check it at all.
Sorry, sir about that.
Okay. Okay, just 1 minute then. Let me quickly bring this in. I'm just seeing this right now. Okay, guys, just bear with us. We're almost there. Just do your part by pressing on the like button. Help us to share our videos. We are almost... Okay, we have a video from Oga Prince Alabo. That's let's take this together.
You see?
Where is it? Okay, there you go.
Akpabio, at least listen to her. And you cannot be a judge in your own case that you have allegation against you. You cannot be presiding over the Senate. It won't take you anything to recuse yourself from the process. I don't know the kind of species that Nigeria politicians are made of. I don't know the species of Nigeria politicians. We do things differently from the rest of the world. It won't take you anything to recuse yourself when you have allegation against you, just to step aside and admit that somebody brought a petition. She brought it and she's saying it before you that the case in court does not have anything related to sexual harassment. The sexual harassment issue is what she brought before the Senate, petitioning you as a Senate president. The best thing is for you to recuse yourself and leave the process for your deputy Senate president or other people to step in and handle, investigate. You just throw out the petition. Even when the person is telling you, no, this case is not in court. What he has in court is a different one from your PA. But you still hold on it to say it's a sub judice because you think this is in court and this you cannot comment, Senate cannot do anything since the case is in court. And the person before you is telling you, no, I did not take this case to court. Yet you insist and you throw out the petition against you as a Senate president for the sexual harassment. You throw it out and you people are celebrating, saying it's dead on arrival. This is not fair. Today, you woke up today, you come together, gang up with your decision, and you just decided to suspend her, not minding her constituency. For 6 months, you are denying a whole constituency, a whole set of people over 6 local governments. You suspend them. You suspend them from any activity, getting resources that will reach to them, getting any representative from them. This is not fair, nah? This is not fair. Sometimes, even if the rule says you have to look at it, you weigh it and see. What is she talking about? What mistake, what offense has she committed? Is there any of you who are not guilty, like Ochomole said, who will throw the first stone? What this lady is accusing you of, are you that 100% innocent of it? We are not accusing you. We are not saying you have done it or you have not done it. But in a situation like this, for you to step aside. If you know your hands are clean, and thank God you said you have children, you have daughters. You, Akpabio, that we know in Nigeria, you, Senator Akpabio, we know as a Senate President. If you heard that any boy in Nigeria harass your daughter this way, that person will be rot in jail by now. You will not take it lightly. Take yourself. If this lady, Natasha, if she is your own daughter and somebody sexually harassed her, will you let go as a Senate President? By now, you would have put that person in jail. You would have locked that person up. So why are you treating other people's daughters in this manner? How will you feel if this is your daughter that is accusing someone else of this? Remember, there is a law of karma. Except your hands are clean. If not, the same way you doing this, it will also come back to you. Except you are innocent. And most of you are the senators sitting down there supporting this evil, because all of you are the same. None of you are, some of you are not innocent of this. You harass people in your office. You harass a lot of people who are working for you. Most of you are not innocent of all these kind of allegations. Most of you, that is why you seem it as if this person wants to expose us. Everyone wants to come together and let's shut them. Even some women, which we think, who even think to support them, are speaking because of the powers that be. They begin today speaking for the same people who are oppressing them. They are all against this woman who was just bold enough to speak out of the injustice and things happening to her. They want to shut her mouth. A lot of female senators are not with her because they want to hear the committee chairman. They want to do this. They want to do. No wonder some of you, Nyesun Wike has threatened some of you that you will not return back. And we are waiting. But some of you are playing your way because of politics. You begin to dance. You become friends with your enemies. You think when you behave this way, they're going to return you back in 2027. They will use you and dump you. You are not a politician. So most of you who think you are speaking, you are now giving the Senate President, you think you love him so much, accolade and giving him, making him look so innocent, or he cannot do that thing, he cannot kill flies. Nobody is accusing him of killing any flies. But at least there is a sexual harassment allegation against the Senate President. The best thing our senators would have done is to at least listen, hear this thing, look through the petitions from this very person. Is the allegation, is it true or false? You don't even consider. Now you have suspended that for 6 good months. So that before that 6 months, all these things will die down. Nobody will speak. Now, we know Nigeria. You will bring anything, maybe fuel, or you will bring one issue. Maybe you bring Bobrisky issue, or another thing, and throw it on the internet. People will forget about Natasha issue. And you know, before that 6 months, this thing will die and go. What about the accusation? What about the allegation against you of sexual harassment? You are known for this. Last year, the same issue came out, the same you. A lot of blogs brought a lot of people you have had something doing before. You see it as an allegation, but we didn't say you sue anyone for that. So, why do we think this person, Natasha, is speaking the truth or she's lying? If you don't give the opportunity to hear from her, at least to assess, to see if she's speaking the truth or if she has done something wrong. Remember, you have children, you have daughters. The same way you support this evil, the same way it will come around to you one day.
All right, Oga Alabo, thank you very much for that composed video, message to Senate President and all the elites in Nigeria. It's very unfortunate that this is where we find ourselves. Let's continue to put our voices out there. It's very, very unfortunate. For me, I'm not hopeful anymore that Nigeria is going to change anytime soon. I used to be hopeful. I think that was only the 2023 general election. to be precise, presidential election. But since that time, I lost faith. But I did not lose my enthusiasm, my dedication, how to continue to put my best to it. But my hope were dashed. And this one that happened again now shows
Naija
that
watch.
we're in trouble. Yes.
You
Yes.
see, it's good for all Nigerians to go and look at parliamentary sittings in anywhere in the universe. There is no law made law in any Senate to suspend a constituency for 6 months when it's not a criminal offense against the Constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. That's illegality of the highest order. Let her go to court.
Yes, it's injustice.
May reach my turn, I beg.
Go ahead now. Talk to us because we're waiting for. But you have 5 minutes. Talk to us. Thank you.
I like it very much, my brother. I like this 5 minutes. When you turn Akpabio, I don't know, but you can never turn Akpabio. You not be Akpabio. So I get my minute full ground. Well, thank you very much.
Minutes. So.
Now they tell you now, say you can never be Akpabio. You will not be Akpabio. We know who Akpabio will be. Thank you very much. And you cannot be Black Panther or White Panther. We know them. Agbirigbira. Thank you very much. I greet you. Well, with all that we have said, all protocol duly observed. Well, Prince Alabo, thank you very much. I mean, this is another way to go. Maybe we all be doing this now. You just put yourself on a video and then send your message to Mr. Elvis and you just play it. I mean, that will give us a more better view. Well, see, it's so sad that these men have decided to dance naked in the public space. And I will say it again. It takes criminals to be able to rule in a criminalized environment. It takes full-blown criminals to be able to rule in a criminalized environment. And that's what they've done to Nigeria. They finally turned Nigeria to a criminal state. Basically, where in the world, they can now see, or they can look at an average Nigerian man and say, is a sexual molester. Because with what you've seen today, playing out in the House of Senate, in the House of Rep, maybe the executive, if there is any, nobody is speaking to the pertinent issue, the issue of harassment. Because that's the whole reason why we are here. And so somebody in UK, somebody in America can say, you know what? An average Nigerian man is a molester. That is basically what these guys have been able to successfully do to the country. Very, very sad. And it's so unfortunate that those that are actually now being tormented, the women being tormented, are also not paying attention to support their own. Now, I'll just call on Madam Obi Ezekwesili to probably galvanize Nigerian youth, Nigerian ladies, the likes of Aisha Yusufu, the likes of Precious, and then we men on Nigeria Watch Media can give our support, and then let's mobilize. Like Blackwood has said, the Senate House is the house of Nigerians. It belongs to all Nigerians. So if Nigerians decide today that, okay, we want to go and stay, we want to go and stand in front of the Senate House to protest against this.
Mr. Give us a mandate. Mr. Give us a mandate. See, what you've just said now kind of hit me. It's kind of strange that we have not seen any of our women here on the platform on this matter.
We not go see them now because most of them themselves, they don't know the law.
We have not seen them. That kind of strike me here.
Madam Rita, Patricia, I've been looking for Madam Busy Brave for a very long time. In case you see her, please let me drag her here. So they need to come out and speak. And if Nigerians so wish to go and stand in front of the Senate House, in front of the House of Rep, including if there's any office for the executive, they can go and stand there and say with Natasha we stand. The house belongs to the people. The Senate House, the House of Rep, the government house in every state belongs to the people of that state. More so, the red chamber and the green chamber belongs to Nigerians. So if Nigerians decide, both men and women, to go and stand in front of that house and protest against this evil, Nigerians can do it. You now see the likes of Oshomole, they begin to dance Makaba dance. They can urgently rush this issue and then suspend a lady. You beat a child and you are deciding for the child on how she can cry. What an evil. These guys are evil. But like we said, it takes full-blown criminals to criminalize the society for them to govern that society. These are the people that you see. All of them in that house, they are all criminals. Both women, both the men in that house, they are all criminals. And Nigerians should treat them as one. Stand in front of the Senate House to fight against this evil, because this is evil on its height. Evil on its height. I mean, I don't know what to say here, because like every day new revelation keeps coming up. But like you said, Mr. Jonathan, I think Senator Natasha Akpoti, please give snippets of those evidence that you say you have. Begin to put them out. We begin to. I mean, Mr. Elvis Onyedigi is here, a seasoned journalist. You can give a snippet to him. The ordinary president, give them snippets. Let's begin to show them. And this time we can begin to see in the public space. For me, honestly, if we think that there is still hope for this country, I don't know. Honestly, I don't know. I don't think that this country can get better anytime soon. These guys have succeeded in destroying everything. They destroyed everything. And Nigerians, the ball is in your court. What will you do? What will you do? Will you rise against this evil that these guys are doing? Mr. Elvis, once again, I salute your seasoned journalism. You are honestly, Arise and channels, they cannot beat you to it. They cannot beat you to this game. I am still waiting for the Diaspora News Network, like we discussed some time ago. Let's bring it on to stand above this media practitioners that have been bought with bread. Thank you very much. Mommy Diaspora, I love you for giving us this, your son. God bless you, ma. Thank you very much, Mr. Elvis. Aidima.
Thank you, my brother. Thank you. What we're doing here is a collective effort. We all are learning every day on this platform. You know, I learn from you all when I'm more relaxed like this, asking you guys to speak. I'll give your own submission. My stand is just let us all continue to stand for what is right. It doesn't matter whoever that is involved, and that's just my stand. Along the way, we can make mistakes. It's a normal thing. Nobody is a perfect person, but let's stand for what is right. Thank you very much. God bless you, sir. Everyone have given their submission. We're giving our final submission now to 2 minutes. We're almost 4 hours. So I've started with you, Black Panther. You're 2 minutes now. Then I come to White Panther. Then go to the next person. Black Panther, 2 minutes, sir.
These 2 minutes is small.
Okay, may you fed the top first. Now we'll stop you when you reach 2.5 minutes. No worry. Bye. You are not available now. You're 2 minutes. You don't 1 minute. Don't come up for a
I'm available now. Can't you hear me?
No, now they hear you now.
If you are not ready to speak, let White Panther speak. I beg.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me now?
Nana, I tell you, all those your year speaker, throw them away. I don't know where they get them from.
Eh? You see, become my speaker, yeah. You know, pack your limit come for that country.
Thank you. Akpabio don't pursue me. I will take off now.
You see, thank you, Nigeria, for giving us the opportunity once again. I want to say it here. You see, it seems that even the women, some of them, not all of them, they don't even know the law, the constitution, just opposing it with the made law, the fashion law by the senators which guide them. And when you are making a law within that environment, within the conclave of the Senate, you will mirror the constitution. You look, there's no function of the Senate that will override the constitution. The Senate cannot suspend a senator for 6 months or thereabout, because he is not there by the power of the senators of the Senate president. He is there by the power of the people. The only time a senator, 2 ways the senator can be taken out of the Senate: one, when he has a criminal case against the federation; 2, when the constituency recall him back. You can only say a senator should not exercise his preliminary right in the Senate by speaking to people. You can take his right, suspend his right for some time, but not take the entire constituency out of the Nigeria House. It is against the constitution of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. It's never done in any part of the world. You don't have the right to suspend a constituency because she is not Natasha. She is a constituency. Natasha is 6 months. A constituency have been taken from them by Akpabio and the Senate. That's what it means. If you people don't know, that is what it means. Let the lawyer come and interpret it. The right has been taken from the people, not Natasha now. That is what they should know. And this thing, I call on any lawyer to come and interpret it. Because what they have just done is an aberration against your constitution, because they don't have the right to promulgate a law that will supersede the constitution of your country. So, Nigeria was, please, we should all rise up to country. If the women refuse not to say the truth, let them silence. But we have daughters. We are going to fight this fight.
I agree with you, Mr. Black Panther, on this one. And nobody should ask you whether you are a lawyer. Let lawyer come out and explain to us if the entire people of Kogi Central have not been now relegated, as not been part of Nigeria now.
All right, thank you.
Let a lawyer come and explain
Mr.
to
Jonathan, us. Go ahead. Use your 2 minutes, Mr. Jonathan. Thank you, sir. Thank you,
Thank you for that one. All I just want to say is that, see, I have no reason, but to just agree with Mr. Black Panther on this one. Let somebody, if you claim, if you are a lawyer, right, come and tell us whether this is right. Because of the compromised nature, the criminal compromised nature of Nigeria, so many laws, especially within the legislature, and even they have not been tested in the court of law. If this is taken to the court of law, where there is rule of law, it cannot hold water. Nobody should ask me whether I'm a lawyer or not. It cannot. Because it is the entire people of Kogi Central that were suspended. So if there's going to be a vote now, Kogi Central people now, they are being punished. If there's a vote on national issue now, the people of Kogi, the voice or the voices of the entire population of Kogi Central now is no longer part of Nigeria. They cannot participate. And I want to see the judge that will apply the law when you say there is rule of law. So it cannot stand. It's just because that these things have not been tested in the court of law to know whether we actually have rule of law. We have what is even called even justice close to it in Nigeria. That's why they are getting away with all of this. But I want to say this finally, again, that this one can only go down if only Senator Natasha allows it. That's the only way. If she allows it to go down, that is the only way that this will go down. It cannot go down. She has to fight this. You have suspended her. Now let's face, okay, even if she's not a senator, for argument's sake, let's even agree without conceding that, okay, this woman, her name is Natasha Akpoti from Kogi State of Nigeria. She's not a senator. She's not a politician. Nothing. She just came out and said, I have been harassed sexually by Nigerian Senate, the president of the Senate of Federal Republic of Nigeria. Take it on that one. Just on that now. Separate our political or senatorial position take it out. They are two separate things. She's coming out. Anybody can come out and say the Senate president have harassed her sexually. Are you going to throw it under the carpet? How will you handle it? How will the Senate handle it? You will tell me that there is no... If social media alone, if somebody comes out from social media alone and said the Senate president and the person alleged that the Nigerian Senate president has harassed her sexually, and the thing is going around the social media, will the Senate keep quiet? So they should handle it if they are men of integrity. And let me correct what I said earlier. I was saying that men of over 109
All right, you have
men.
10 seconds. 10 seconds.
109 men and women that they have wisdom of over, their wisdom combined together is almost 2,000 years. 2,000. And this is the best of 2,000 years of wisdom. This is the best they can come up with. Shame. Shame on them.
Okay, Jonathan, they don't sell their wisdom to Agbado.
they have compromised it now. The people of Kogi Central cannot be taken out of the scheme of things in Nigeria. You can't do that. It is not legal. It is a common sense thing. It's common sense. You can't do that. So if you are going to vote on a critical issue tomorrow, Kogi Central people, they are not part of Nigeria. They will not take, they have no voice. Nobody will speak for them. Is that what you are telling us?
All right. Thank you very much. I appreciate you, Mr.
Thank you very much, Mr. Evans.
Mr. Jonathan, thank you very much, sir. Thank you. We have Mr. Alex calling in. It's quite late now, Mr. Alex.
Thank you, sir. Can you hear me, sir?
Yeah, go ahead. Talk to us. Good evening to you.
Yes, Mr. Peace, I want to thank you. I want to say that these white people, these Western people that we criticize every day, there are some things they do that are very good, though. If in the Western world now, in the whole country, they will either resign or force Akpabio to resign. They will start making comments from everywhere. We keep criticizing these guys, but if this was a Western world, the whole country would be on the shutdown or the lockdown. The party said we have problems. Everybody will be resigning in support of Natasha, because if you are not hiding something, why are you rushing to suspend this woman? You are quick to suspend her. You are not quick to address electricity in the country. You are not quick to address insecurity. You are not quick to tell us why you are borrowing another $2.1 billion World Bank loan. You are not quick to tell us why elections have to go to court every now and then, why INEC is behaving the way they are behaving. If it was a Western world, everybody will resign. To the last councillor, they will join another party, or they will stay neutral. Since you don't want to step down to be investigated, that means you are guilty of it. The wicked run it when no man persuade him. So I was just thinking, so like a joke, they really suspended a victim, somebody who cried out. If it was, you are really innocent, by now you should be taking other measures. You step aside, your deputy senate president will come in, or they will elect another person, while the investigation goes on. The first accusation is that people were in Akpabio. They will check the flights, they will check the date, they will check the time, they will ask everybody who were there if they saw anything. Investigation will go to the roots. But because people are shameless in this country, look at a woman cried out. A woman that can be our sister, our daughter, our wife, our mother, our grandmother. A woman that can be our neighbor. So are they telling us we should be supporting rape of forceful entry on women? Almost all of us have daughters, we have sisters, we have cousins, we have younger ones around us, and they are all watching. And our boys are watching. Tomorrow now they will repeat this thing. I want to say something, Mr. Elvis. Anybody supporting APC right now, they should be calling that person Akpabio. Akpabio is your name. A woman molester. Akpabio. Thank you, Mr. Elvis. Let me go before.
All right, Mr. Alex. Akpabio.
Akpabio party now.
Mr. Alex.
Akpabio Progressive Congress. APC.
That be Akpabio molester again.
Akpabio Progressive Congress.
Voila, Akpabio Party. Voila. Anyway, Thank you very much, my people. I'd like to quickly move on right now. Give us a mandate, your 2 minutes, sir. Okay, give us
Well,
a mandate.
I think that submission for Mr. Alex was just right on point, because if you look at this APC, are they not molesters? They are molesters. What happened in the last election? They are molesters. They got the judiciary. They messed up everything. They destroyed the country. Today, they brought Boko Haram. They cannot solve Boko Haram issue. Now, those guys have turned into something else. They are truly molesters. They are molesters. If you see their supporter, call them Akpabio. They are molesters. APC, they are evil. They are cancerous. They are evil. And it just shows from people from Akwa Ibom. Honestly, it just shows sometimes. Well, I mean, I will not use that one brush to paint everybody. But if you are there supporting what this man has done without calling for justice, it shows that you are evil. You are evil. And if you are a Nigerian not calling for this guy to step down, Akpabio, step aside. Let's do it. Let's investigate. Step aside. It's not hard. It is evil. It is evil. It is evil. It is evil. It should stop. This should bring sanity to the country if there's any. But will they even do it? Will they? These guys are I don't know what to call them. I honestly don't know. And if you're saying that Akpabio cannot become a president, well, let's watch and see. At least you have a criminal druggie as a president right now. It's not allegedly. It's open. It's there in the open space. Certificate forger. Criminal drug baron. I mean, it's not allegedly. It's in the open. So what more can we expect? Mr. Elvis, once again, thank you very much for allowing us. I appreciate you, sir.
All right. Thank you very much, my brother. I appreciate you. Give us a mandate. Thanks for your time with us today. White Panther, if you're there, sir, your 2 minutes.
Yeah, Mr. Elvis, thank you again for the opportunity to round up.
Thank you, sir.
Yeah, this thing is becoming so worrisome. Throughout this week, there has been Natasha Akpabio. And I want to thank the men in this panel right from the start of this saga. I want to ask one simple question. Where is Madam Rita in this matter? Where is Madam Patricia? Where is Madam Deborah? Where is Busy Brain? Where is Amen Bright?
Madam Deborah, they call every day. She called today as well now.
Okay. Where is Mama Echo? These are the women that we know, at least in this platform. We are not hearing their voices.
Madam
Are
Rita,
you going to leave this fight only for the men? We are fighting so that there will be equity and justice in our country, irrespective of your sex, irrespective of your gender. We want equity, fairness across board. The time has come for all the women to arise and hashtag justice for Natasha. Justice for Natasha. You've seen the men are trying to shut you people up from speaking. Would you allow that to be? Women of Nigeria, I'm using this platform to call your attention to this. 90% of women has faced this thing, this harassment in one way or the other. Is it in the banking sector? Is it in the private parastatals? Anywhere there is women, they must have faced this challenge one way or the other. We all know it. So opportunity has presented itself for all of you to speak out. Speak up, woman.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much, my brother. Okay, the last person on the panel, Oga Idubisi, it's good to have you on the show. You're just coming in right now. I'll give you 5 minutes. Please talk to
Yes, Nanja Wash. Good evening. Can you hear me, please?
Yes. Talk to us.
Okay.
Good evening.
Yeah. Good evening, Mommy Diaspora. Good evening, Ma. And Happy New Year. New Year in March. My fellow panelists, I thank you all. I've been listening. Sometimes it's difficult for me to join because of my schedule. So what we are witnessing is sad, but are we surprised? Is that same indication that the country is finished? People who are supposed to be lawmakers, who are supposed to know the truth and follow it, are themselves turning the law upside down. The people we have there in the Senate, almost all of them, they are all compromised, including some we praise once in a while. When that decision was being taken, when Akpabio was asking them each of the prayers, I expected that people like Abaribe, people who some people respect, even the Labour Party man there, Senator, forgotten his name now, the former ABGA chairman when he was in ABGA, Victor Ume, I expected that they would talk. And some others, I'm not even talking about the women, the 3 women that are left there now, we know where they belong. But it goes to show that when it comes to men being men standing for the truth, they were all shaken out because one way or the other, they've all been enjoying the same largesse. They've all been compromised. So we don't expect anything. Who would they fight for? A woman cried out for justice, and then they ended up suspending her without even calling her to the so-called committee on ethics to hear from her. Because they just met because they did their meetings overnight. They must have met somewhere and said, this is what they're going to do. And they come there and just did what they want to do. It shows that the country is not, it's a symptom of the bigger problem we have in the country. If men who are in the Senate, a powerful arm of government, for that matter, can behave this way, where does our hope lie? And like someone said earlier, the rush they used in doing this thing, have they used the same rush to tackle the main problem Nigeria is having now, 2-pronged problem, insecurity and hardship? Because all of them are involved in the compromises. They don't care. All they know is they only go there to make money. It's a shame. Meanwhile, the woman submitted her own petition. They are giving excuses why they cannot listen to her petition or hear that. If they are a serious body, they wouldn't have suspended her. They would have gone all through to look at all matters. If they have gone through because all these things they ended by voting. If they vote and exonerate their Senate president, that is their own. We can now discuss that one, but not just just flipping the thing as if it's nothing. And these are people who have wives, sisters, daughters, and even mothers, and they don't think about that because they feel they are in charge. The whole thing is a whole mess. They are all compromised. That is just the truth. And like Mr. Jonathan said, many of them got in there not by their own sheer quality or merit, but because one godfather somewhere has put them forward, and they have to remain loyal to that godfather. And like anything, God through compromise, you must compromise continuously to keep your position. None of them have. It shows that shame, utter shame, has left them. They don't have shame again. All of them. I'm not giving any exception. All of them there, except this woman who is the victim, because the other 108, none of them could even stand up for the woman and say to hell, to damn the consequence. Why they are going to remove them from any of the so-called juicy committees or so. They must stand for the truth. But all of them shaking out. In the coming days now, you see them. They will still go to the major media houses to tell or to vindicate or to express why they did what they did. It's a terrible thing. And the country is not going anywhere with all this, okay, all this while we are talking of other problems the country is facing. This is the matter that this is a simple thing that can be handled. It's very simple. If it's in same countries, this thing is easy. The man will say, okay, she's accusing me of what I didn't do. I will step aside, let the Committee on Ethics look at it and let the matter go ahead. Even if he's found guilty, he resigns. There's nothing there. It even makes him a bigger man by even resigning. Who is going to be in this world forever? But because of the immediate gains they have and they feel they want to own the whole world, which they'll never own, they want to remain there. In the next Senate now, at least in the next 1 or 2 or 3 Senates, many of them will not be there. Some may not get elected because they will somehow fall out of favor with their godfathers. Or their godfather will say, okay, we are only putting you here for one time. The next time, you're not going. Because that is how some of them don't come back. So we can see that our problem is so deep. The people in charge of Nigeria now, they are career criminals, so to speak. Many of them, and that is why the country will not go anywhere. See what the Supreme Court is doing. They will see what the Constitution says. They will do the wrong thing. Well, what I want to, let me round up by saying, I urge you, Natasha, to go home and look at all her options to continue to fight this matter, because she has options, even though we know that the costs are terrible. But let her not allow this to cow her down or to weaken her. Let it be a start of a new strength in her. She can do it, and she will have some people to support her. It's a bad day for Nigeria, a very terrible day. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Paul, it's good to have you on the show, and thanks very much for coming to put your voice here, even though it's been a while we have not heard from you, but good to hear from you. Thank you, sir. Thanks for that wonderful submission. The good thing about it is that lots of you are listening and you are aware what is happening in our country, what is happening to us in our country. For a city senator to be treated the way she was treated today, I cry for the commoners in our country. Thank you very much, everyone on the panel. We all are done today. Thank you so much for your wonderful submissions.
Don't forget me.
Oh, yeah. Oh, Mr. Alabo. Mr. Alabo never really talk. Okay, Mr. Alabo, just go ahead. Your 2 minutes, sir. Thank you.
All right. Mr. Naija Watch, I just want to remind Nigeria, take us back. Who is Akpabio? If you ask Akwa Ibom people during his tenure as a governor, even before he became a governor, the Obong Victor Atta, who wanted him to succeed him, could not even control the situation, just like what happened to Tinubu and Buhari. That was the situation. After he became governor, who was he? He managed to come to the Senate, and he was appointed the minister for Niger Delta. Do you remember the story of Off Your Mic and what the video you just played for that woman? The same Akpabio was the one that held Niger Delta on a standstill. He was the only person that did that throughout his 4 years as a minister for Niger Delta. There was nobody in NDDC. He was using his brother to run NDDC. No matter the threat, anything, Tompolo, everybody in Niger Delta, Asari they came out, he went to visit them. It's as a result of that visit that got to this security surveillance of this Niger Delta they are doing to secure the oil. We didn't hear anything. He did not appoint anybody on the board. The thing he said he was doing in Niger Delta for the forensic audit, they asked me if they did anything, if there was anybody that was probed, if the report was disclosed to the people. That is who he is. So this character is displaying in the Senate. He did not start it today. It will look innocent, look simple. People will think this is but a very dangerous man. Today, they have stripped her naked
withdraw security from her. My question is, what is the intention? You withdraw, and even when some senator, the former Senate President Lawan, even came to object that appealing, you can't take the security away. Looking at the condition of Nigeria, he's a senator. You are suspending. Why are you taking the security? You still insisting on taking the security. Is there anything that you want to do to her? You will just do something that, if anything happened to Natasha today, based on your reaction and things people will think you are responsible for it. There are things I don't need for these people. They think before they do things. You withdraw the security from her. You've taken everything. If not for Oju's Okalu, that even appeal for innocent workers before he could be able to listen. So, Mr. Naija Watch, this is a people, they have really planned against this woman. And there is too much force against her. But we believe with the voice of Nigerians, we'll be able to defeat them. Thank you, everyone. And Mr. Naija Watch, I will appeal to you, please. Help us with the issue of River State, if that can come up tomorrow. Thank you, sir.
Naija Watch.
All right. Thank you very much, Oga Alabo. Yes, the issue of the River State is it not between Fubara and currently they are planning to impeach Fubara now, right? Or you have a specific one you want us to talk about? If you have, send me videos. We'll play it here, then we'll discuss it. Thank you. Yes, Black Panther, you calling me? Your network is bad. We can't hear you. Your network is bad.
You can't hear me?
Now we can hear you. Go ahead.
Okay. Can you hear me now?
Yeah, quickly go ahead. You have 30 seconds. Please.
Can you please do us a favor? Every one of us, we would love to, proceed on some constitutional thing. And we need a lawyer, a female lawyer to be precise, so that they can explain the constitutionality behind suspending a constituent from the Senate House, the People's House, and made
Black
a law
Panther,
that they don't want to see a leg in the House of the people.
Black Panther. Sorry, my brother. That one, she will go to court. She will come back. It happened to Senator Ndume. He came back. You cannot suspend. If he
You cannot suspend the senator.
Yeah, they know. But just that our judicial system is too bad. They will delay it. It will take time before before the judgment will come. It will get to that 6 months.
6 months. Exactly.
They can't even suspend it for 1-2 days. That one is beyond their own jurisdiction. It's not their right, their power to suspend a senator. You are not suspending Natasha. You are suspending Kogi people.
All right. It's sad. That's what we see. We're going to continue again. You can see that for the past 1 week now, this Natasha issue have been flogged heavily on this platform. We could not even see other stuff that is happening in the country anymore. Some people call
that is Mr. Elvis. That is the crux of the matter. You see issues like this now has blindfolded many of us now because this is still very important. And these people now, Tinubu now, they are racketing the country to nothing, and we are not talking about it. They are loving it. They are loving it.
Every day is Natasha now. Every day, we don't know another drama that's going to happen again tomorrow, but let's see how it goes. But I promise.
Natasha, please, can I say something
quickly?
Yeah, just briefly. That issue of getting a legal expert to come and tell us those their clause or their the loss of those their other book or so, why it is above the constitution in this matter. So I would know, because this issue of suspending the woman and adding that all her security should be taken away from her, it's like stripping her of all the little protection she has from police, except she wants to do it herself.
And the protection does not come from the Senate. It comes from the Constitution.
Yeah, that is terrible. So we'll have to find out. We need to know. This is not good.
Okay, I will do my part. I'll see to bring a legal expert tomorrow between Barrister Michael Zehome or Barrister Liberos Oshoma. Let me see any of the above that will be available for us tomorrow. But I'll make the contact right away now as I end the show.
so that they can explain better for us. I will update you guys. I might not update you guys, but just look at, if we have them tomorrow, you will see it on the thumbnail. Thank you very much, my people. Any other question quickly before I press on that button? All right. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Do they even have the power to even take away a security detail and everything? Does Akpabio has the power to even do it in the first?
I believe that the IGP get that power, not be Akpabio, not be the Senate. Yes. You know, I don't know. I to be honest, I don't know these things.
That's what I'm thinking, because Akpabio doesn't have the power to take away
But at the moment,
there is no constitutional power given to any law above the constitutional law to suspend a senator.
Okay. Let's round up. Thank you, everyone. Let's continue from where we stop tomorrow. Fingers crossed by God's grace. I appreciate you, Black Panther, for your time with us today. Give us a mandate, White Panther, Mr. Jonathan, Mr. Alabo, and Oga Edobezi. It's good to hear from you. Thank you very much, my people. Thank you very much, Chris Collins, for your time with us earlier on. God bless you. I saw someone asking about Chris, Oga Chris. Yes, Oga Chris is not available right now. You know, he will be joining us soon, but he's sorting out something very, very, very significant, even more than anything to do with Nigeria right now. But we will update you guys on that when the time, you know, is due. Thank you very much for those of you who ask of him. Thank you so much, my wonderful people, and God bless you now. Those of you that called into the show today, thank you, Madam Deborah, Madam Origin, Madam Patience, Madam Joy. You know, thank you very much, all of you. Thank you. I appreciate every one of you. You know, thank you so much, Adelaja Gobi, Pius Moye, Madam Ola. Yes, Madam Ola called in as well today, Madam Ola, and thank you very much for the super chat. God bless you all. My people, write down in the comment section. Mother for Mom Diaspora, thank you very much, Mommy. I appreciate you always for all that you do. Thank you, Michael Organamaro. It's good to hear from you, sir. Thank you very much for all that you do. Peggy Modi, thank you very much, man. Stella Masavedo in the building. Thank you very much. I appreciate you. See my people. Thank you so much, my people, right there. Jejelai, I can see you right there. Eva Line, Uyu Desmond, Beckmark, Love Maduka. Thank you. Madam Bella Naomi was with us earlier on. Thank you very much. It was good to hear from you. Madam I'm Bright, I can see you, man. Oye, I can see you. Ego Sky Media, I can see you as well. Paul Madugo, thank you, my people. Henry Gabriel, you could enjoy the panel today. Tomorrow is another day. I appreciate you all. My people, we've come to the end of the broadcast. I'll see you guys again tomorrow, fingers crossed, so that we can continue from where we stop. The best that you guys can do for us right now before you leave, help us to press on the like button, help us to share. Copy the link, take it to other platform where you belong, so that they can know or hear our voices, what we talk about today. Guys, stand for what is right, do what is right at all times. You have the time today, you have the opportunity today, utilize it properly. My people, as I talked about before, I'll go like Michael draw the curtain. It's been a long day for me. For those of you that follow our platform, you can see the videos today is being back to back. It's not easy. Sometimes, we have a busy time like this. Everything will calm down soon from one to another. Nigeria is a drama. Like some people say, if Nigeria can be put on the Netflix, it's crazy, man. It's crazy. Injustice everywhere, and nobody's asking questions. What do we know? My people, take care. Good night, and bye for now.
Praise.
many pay ye rula meba. Atuma e pijo psycho ndabanyo. What them on them? Abama ndaba. Bob solo e Bob dapa ndabanyo. Baba tijo blow. Blow. Kiri biao wamase. Watch you be cross. Awosaku tela banye. That you cross Machane ndaba. Chica cross of West Africa ndaba. General important. Chusokole glass dealer ndaba. Mike merchandise electronics dealer. John Anyeye, Pia one them. Anyeye Toyota Crown. Oh, Mako, Mego. Edi Kwanza, Edi Kwanza, Edi Kwanza, Isukamana Neje, Agajakwe, Nyambisanye. Eki Anyam, Uchiriaka Bachi. Maria, Tisike, what's with you? Philip, what you on your mouth? Say, HSK, what's with you? Traditional Prime Minister. Don't look by one year, Uchi. Aruaman sent Doko. Ndamugo, Emma watching. Very contractor, Ajerobia, Pia one them. Ajer contractor, Ushimano, where Edi Bansa.